Damn, it says late. Let me correct that for you quickly. Everyone's late today. It's Monday. Everyone should be late. Lies, H-Ives. G'day, you gadunts. How are we? Oh, it's Monday. We're going to be getting back into push-ups today. Now that my arms aren't so sore. First and second. I mean, technically, if you want to be real technical, tricky, Cerebot was first. So, you know. You want to be real technical about it.
In this year, we will have a 25 25ths. 25.
No, we won't. Seri isn't real. Seri's as real as anything, alright? They're in chat, therefore they're real. How are we going to set up building? So we need to raycast, we need to have a building layer, all that kind of crap. Fun. How are we all? How's everyone doing? Let's see. We'll go X-ray. We'll set layer 13 as X-ray. Anything that has that assigned to it can be made see-through. Perfect. Ads. It's X-ray to be doing great today. It's Monday. No idea, H-Ives. Probably copied it. Copied it from somewhere. By accident. That should correct that. Now, what's everyone got on for the last day of their weekend? Because, oh, that reminds me. The last day. Like, in 1 hour, whatever the votes are, that's going to be what we put in. Like, that's going to be the winner. So if you haven't voted on the Gedunt Mug competition yet, get into the Discord, go vote. Alright? That's simple. That's simple. Very, very easy. Today should be a pretty fun day, getting these X-rays done. Been evading creating a Discord account for years. Why? Why would you want to do that? Discord's cool. Discord's where all the fun's at. Oh, what? Oh, what? I guess I voted for Wonder if my vote counts. I mean, whoever you voted for. It does look like you voted for...
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. Woot woot. So nice having no ads now. Alright. Well, the first thing we need to do today is break this building up into different layers. So yeah. Alright, so that means each layer is going to be a grid map. Wanda was first and actually joined. Had to wait a full month for results. Yeah, I know, right? I know. They've been in it for a while. They've been in it to win it. That reminds me, I want to spend some time today setting up NeoVim GD script stuff. I've been wanting to do that for ages, but I just keep forgetting. Let's go a grid map. It's child. Now I want to see if I use this, can I copy? I don't think I can copy from here. But I think... I wonder if it's better to use like multi-mesh instance. Because I've never used a multi-mesh instance before. Now we don't need to split these things out. So how's everyone's Sunday night going?
Organs, please.
Jeez, H-Hives. I'm like, the next time you push the line like that, I'm just gonna say that you've stepped over and get rid of you completely. Don't ruin my Monday. It just started, alright? Let's see. So, we need to go for multi-mesh instance 3D. Example. Haven't redeemed in days. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, H-Hives. The fact is, you know, and you've been warned multiple times. Alright, so help with multi-mesh instance 3D. I need to figure out how to use these properly. Trying to make multi-mesh instance 3D with GD script, but I don't get how it works. Nothing is displaying. What is wrong with my code? The transform format, the instance count, mesh. Because you delete the rendering instance with an invalid set base. Is not needed here. That function is inherited from visual instance 3D set base. Used to set the RID. Oh, that's interesting. Also read the docs tutorials and could find still no success. Have you set any size to the box mesh? I don't know if it's needed. Also, mentioned by that, going through your instance count to set transform indexes so it knows where to place the mesh. So let's see. Code looks like this now, but nothing changed. Seems to be default for box mesh. Size of 1 with no value specified. Interesting. Also set owner. So I wonder. We're gonna have a look. Now, add a child of a multi-mesh instance. We're going to create a new multi-mesh. We're going to select a mesh. Let's go to the window. Select this one. I go 32. 32. 3D. Brutalist 4. Because if we can get this to display stuff, yeah, that's gonna fail because that never happens. Alright. G'day, H-Ives. And you're still third, jeepers. Because yeah, I think multi-mesh instance 3D is good for performance. And I think the grid map uses that by default. I think. Let's see, let's go into here. Reset this. Let's drop this here. And see how there's no meshes being displayed. Absolutely zero meshes. Custom AABB for this multi-mesh resource. Setting this manually prevents costly runtime AABB recalculations. Buffer. Open the documentation. Optimize the rendering of high number of instances of a given mesh. For example, trees in a forest or grass strands. Multi-mesh provides low-level mesh instancing. Drawing thousands of multi-mesh instance 3D nodes can be slow, since each object is submitted onto the GPU, then drawn individually. Multi-mesh is much faster, can draw to them in a single call, less API overhead. As a drawback, if the instances are too far away from each other, performance may reduce as every single instance will always render. Since instances may have any behavior, the AABB used for visibility must be provided by the user. Okay. Buffer. The returned array is copied, and any changes to it will not update the original property value. I don't like that there's no details for that. But if we say the custom AABB is 2.75, and we go like 10, 10. Where are they? Have a good one, A-Shives. If anyone wants free TTS, speak up. I will happily hand it off. Interesting. Setting this manually, yeah, so like do we need it to be like, I don't understand the AABB stuff. I should probably understand that before I start messing around with stuff. But I'm not seeing any multi-mesh instance. So let's see. Let's read some documentation, shall we? Setting up the nodes. Yep. Okay. Amount should be 32. Mesh source is invalid, not a mesh instance 3D. I mean, it's an array mesh. Oh, it's not a mesh instance 3D. That's because it's a mesh. Wait, what? Oh, source mesh. Okay. So we need to set a mesh instance 3D. We need to assign this. And then you want to go populate surface. Aphonia, how are you doing? Surface source is invalid. No geometry. Chess already. Alright. Bring it on. Quite a random one. Alright. How long do you want the game to be? Do you want it to be a 10-minute, a 3-minute, a 1-minute, a 2-minute with 1 second? Like, what type of random game? Bullet? Bullet 1 minute? I mean, I can play you, sure. They just resigned. Nice. Yeah, send me a challenge if you want. If you want to send me the challenge, I'll play you, Aphonia. Iron brew with haggis. I've never had iron brew. And I don't understand the purpose of iron brew. On. Let's do it. Oh, I'm first. Spent too long thinking on that one. Yeah! Got ya. Right at the end. Please, H-Hive. Scotland isn't a kingdom. It's one region in a united kingdom. GG, Aphonia. There was a couple of times that I was like, oh well, shit, I've lost. It was a bit nerve-wracking. Little bit nerve-wracking. Why does that keep changing back to 2D? Instance count must be 0. Now it said this didn't have geometry. Bad at thinking fast. Oh, don't worry. Me too. Me too. I'm super bad at thinking fast. This is spatial. Mesh instance. Mesh instance 2. Oh. Source mesh. Surface mesh. Populate. Mesh source is invalid. Ah, yeah. Duh. I have to go source mesh. Surface source is invalid. No geometry. What? Mesh used as the target surface on which to place copies of your mesh. The mesh you want to duplicate onto the target surface. Select the target surface. In this case, in the tree case, this should be a landscape node. Okay, so this wants, like, let's just go a plane, shall we? Let's make this 1010. So let's make it 2020. Alright. Then we populate. Okay, there we go. There we go. So that's how we do that. If we have a look at this buffer, notice all these different positions. I'm assuming if I change this one, which is -1, okay, so that's that one. What? I'm so confused as to how to use a multi-mesh instance. If I want to... Is it just for randomly placing things? Like, can I not specify the position for all of them to appear at? Because if so, if I can't do that, then May as well get rid of this. Get rid of you. And then just drop this stuff in as an individual node. And then just like duplicate and move wherever I want them to be. Interesting. Let's have a look. Multi-mission instance 3D for building. So, double position multi-mission instance 3D. Maybe what I need to do, maybe in Blender, I need to create each floor and place everything. Code! G'day, you gadunts. Welcome in, y'all. First things first, if you haven't, get into Discord and vote. Vote for your favorite Gadunt mug photo in the competitions channel. Alright? If you haven't already. There is 30 minutes left to vote.
I poofed my pants. Thank you.
You should probably go take care of that, Atticus. That's... Yep. But yeah, the winner gets 100 USD. So, you know, get in there, vote, do all that lovely stuff. What were you doing today, Code? How was your stream? I may or may not have been lurking for a while. Did raid happen? Raid happened, Pierogi. Raid did in fact happen. Because the stream lagged and I haven't raided me. Damn it. Complaining about their arms. Oh, Code was complaining about their arms. Why was Code complaining about their arms? Lost our mod status, Pierogi and Tricky gained hers. We lost our mod status, Pierogi and Tricky gained hers. Well, that's a mistake. Just put out a new release of Chicken Fight for the testers. We now have 2 bosses and 3 generic enemies. Nice. Nice. Is one of those enemies a fox? Taking 25-minute breaks that were supposed to be 15 minutes. Thought Tricky was mod here. Tricky was mod here, but Tricky kept breaking the rules, so they lost their mod status. G'day, Ryan. How are you doing? How's that fantastic face? Code unmodded Atticus. Kind of like me. Exactly. 2 bosses are a zeppelin and a space whale. The generic enemies are a duck, a rocket shark, and a jellyfish. A jellyfish. Does this take place on land and sea? Or is the jellyfish a fish that is inside Jello? I heard Hypno say French and cursing, and I blurted out MF in French in his chat. It's all in the air. Fair enough. It sounds interesting. I want to see a jellyfish fight a chicken now. I think that would be amazing. I mean, if it's on land, the chicken has the advantage. If it's in water, the jellyfish has the advantage. If they're both in the air, I don't think either one has an advantage. Chicken jockey. I'll DM you for your email and I can add you to the testing group. Don't worry too much. I'm probably not going to have time because Bucky has tasked me with creating a video in my Aussie mode talking about Brutalist architecture and its history and how it is used in video games. So I'm spending most of my time researching that these days, off stream. Well, let me know when it's released in a beta or something, so that I like play it on stream. Start demolishing some box jellyfishes as box jellyfish as a chicken. Yeah, we're going to be turning this today into a bunch of individual floors. So, what we need to do is create a whole new file here. Means we don't need our mesh library anymore. We go no. Let's delete that. What we'll do is go large. Actually, Brutalist apartment building. 3. Apartment ground floor 1. Okay. So now what we can do, view down, pop a new one in here, go to our asset browser, go to our user library and objects. We got all these that we can use. We can use our asset library stuff to make our building. It's so good. So the first thing we want, I'm going to set this. Then we want what? Actually, first thing we're going to do, add a plane. This will be the floor. All right. So we'll have this as, what was it? It was 1636. No, 16, 8, and 8. No, 16, 10, and 10. It was 36. 36, 36. Apply scale. Subdivide twice. We need this to be at -10. Need this to be at 10. Yeah, cool. And then we want this to be at 10. And this to be at -10. We can delete those faces. Beautiful. So that there is the start of our apartment building, essentially. Do we want these to go out to -20? Like, do we want them to go out like that? I think so. I think we do want that. Yeah. That's much better. As yeah, yesterday we tried to do it with a grid map. It didn't really work. -20. -2. And so we do that. There we go. What the hell happened there? Right, so we have that. Where's our doors? We don't need to worry about the doors. The doors are a separate thing that we have inside Godot already, which have their animations and stuff set up. So we don't need the doors. We don't need the doors. Or the windows, for that matter. Or the windows. We go floor.
There can always be space in your heart for an archives.
Lies. Let's see. I need to put this wall through here. What do I have against you? I don't have anything against you. I do like how the previews aren't updated. Oh, actually, no, you're -20, you're -4. Zero, -24. And then what was... How do we instance it? Duplicate linked. Duplicates the selected object, but not their object data. And move them. Alt-D. Interesting. Interesting. I remember reading something about duplicating an instance. And it was something like... it doesn't duplicate the mesh, So it uses the same mesh. It's just another linked instance. So if I change the mesh of this one, so like scale it Z, it scales that one too. So we can drop this one here. -26. We can duplicate that and set it to -6. Now we don't end up with a ton of the same meshes. And now we need to add the corner bits. This will be the outside corner. It's letting you know I'm a quit Twitch. I'll be back eventually, but all in due time. Well, fair enough, Chungus. Sometimes it's good to take a break from the different social medias out there. Hope to see you soon. Hope everything's okay. One of your favorites? Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And I hope you, take care of whatever you need to. I hope everything's alright. Yeah. I understand sometimes people need to take care of things and they need to disconnect from different areas every now and then. Like, for instance, I don't have Facebook. Like, I do not have a Facebook. I have not had a Facebook since 2017. So, yeah.
Good night. I love you.
Good night, Chungus. We will see you when we see you. If you need, we're still in the Discord. Let's select all of these. Now, can I duplicate all of them? I can. Duplicate. $180. We go Alt D. The X. We rotate Z, -360. Ooh, interesting. Rotate Z. I dislike what it's doing there. Why is it... I don't like how it's putting them off. Okay, so we do that. And change this to be building. We can add another collection, which would be decor. Alright. Social media is the worst. Mm-hmm. To an extent. To an extent. It needs to be -10. Oh, whoops. I'm silly. Zero. Now it's -10 on the X. Then we do that. There we go. I'm just wondering if I have this ground floor walls be like twice as high as everything else. Nah. Nah, it's a dystopian future. They're not dealing with those kinds of luxuries. Extra height on your ground floor, please. Please. I'm definitely playing some more Blueprints today. That game has pulled me in. I don't know how. My God. It's so fun. And those puzzles. So many puzzles that I need to figure out the answers to. Almost too many puzzles, one might argue. Let's duplicate that. Go up this way. Last one. Move you over, duplicate you. Select all of those, duplicate them. So there's all of our external walls. I think we also want to do an internal wall. Before we do that, do this. Actually. We want to do that so that this kind of remains. If we set this to 3, set you to -3, and we set you to -2, that'll be perfect. Why was that preventing me from... There's sometimes I don't understand software. Like, stops working randomly. I'm just like, what? What? Why? Why have you stopped? Let's go 20.25. I think it's actually 2875. Yeah, it's 2875. Perfect. Perfect. $20.2875. $20.2875. Why am I extruding? Oh, yes, that's why I'm extruding. Never mind. I was like, why am I extruding? Why don't I just drag it out? Because if I did that, I would end up pulling this on an angle. You don't want that. It's not what we want. So if we do that, that gives us our floor all nice like. Let's definitely smart UV project that. Yep, perfect. Now I would want to merge all of this into the one mesh. Of course my camera's frozen. Oh, it's gonna be one of those days where the camera freezes a bunch because I'm doing Blender. Those are always fun. It's always entertaining. Yeah, one thing I've noticed about brutalist architecture in video games, it's always like a bad area. Like it'll be the villain's base, or it'll be an alien structure that you're at war with, or it'll be a prison or an asylum that it will be made out of. Like a brutalist architecture structure. It's like, huh. So we view brutalist architecture as evil? Is that right? That's not what it's supposed to be about. Fascists ruin everything. I know, right? I know. But that's what I'm noticing. That's what I'm noticing. How are you, Perilous? How's your stuff going? You're not wrong. It's like a trope. Yeah. Like in the game Control, that's very much a brutalist architecture. The Forerunners in Halo, a lot of their buildings are brutalist type of nature. It's 420 in my timeline. Yeah, it's 420 in a lot of people's timelines. Just a reminder, don't forget to vote on your favorite photo for the photo comp. 1, 2. Hello, Anonymo. Anonymo. I like that name. It's like Geronimo, but Anonymo. How are you doing? Let's see here. Your dog's Domino? Ah. Fair enough. Fair enough. If I merge all of these into something, I know I want to put the stairwell in center first. Oh, stairwell in center. Do I want that to be? Yeah, that can be hidden too. That's fine. Don't know why I said that. Because it's great information to have. Like, you don't have a dog? Okay, yeah, well now I'm confused too. I'm currently making the first floor of a building. Here's the game we're working on, a little brief overview of it. So we have this building here, which we made using a grid map. What we're looking to do... So you can see how we've got the building here. We need to break it up so each floor is its own building, is its own scene, essentially. So that way, when the player enters, it hides all of the floors above where the player is. Right? And then we can also have it set up so that when you go behind the building, we can raycast and detect all the things that are obstructing the camera and turn off the things that shouldn't be there. Why is that letting the player go through? I need to do that. That's why. Yeah, there we go. Cool. We started making it back in December, like just before Christmas and whatnot. We've spent most of our time so far getting like this stuff set up and working, having dialogue and stuff, starting a quest. So you can see how we've got quest stuff, and then you can collect the items they need, and you can submit the quest and trade it in and whatnot. So there has been some time in between that. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You're an absolute legend. So recently, if you check out Itch, last weekend we did a 4-day game jam. So there were 4 days where we weren't working on this. And in January, there was a 2-week game jam that I did with Code Wonderland, as well as Automate Games and Symbol 24. So that was another 2 weeks that we weren't working on this. So in total, it's been 4-ish months. 3.5-ish months. Kind of thing. So yeah. We do have ads coming in, so we're going to throw up our words. But now that you've followed, you're now officially a Gedunt. And that means you get to introduce yourself to people as a Gedunt. Alright? And it's a great icebreaker. So if you're out at the gym or at the club, you want to introduce yourself to someone, just go up to them and say, "G'day, I'm a Gedunt." Perfect icebreaker. I need to get myself another coffee. So I'm going to BRB for this ad break. I will be back shortly. Enjoy your ads. Alright, I'm back. Here's me face. Let's see here. Got nachos, nacho, chaos.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Heads are over. Again. Gone. Sean, Shan, Jack, Jock, Axe, Ox, Nax, Nox, Notch. Huh. Interesting. I tried so many combinations at the end there. I'm pretty sure there was like 2 left that it could have been. Alright, so now that the ads are over, the voting is closed for the photo competition, and it looks like Tricky has won in a huge landslide. Alright. Tricky has won the photo competition. Let's see. They put up an announcement. Gedunk Mug photo competition. Voting is closed. I will say I never specified one photo. And multiple people submitted more than one photo. Multiple people submitted like 2 or more photos. So, yeah. And I didn't specify initially that it has to be one photo. So, I kind of something for me to take into account for next time when I'm setting up the rules. One submission per person and 1 photo per person will be the future rules. They were great. They were. It was very clever. Very, very clever. Was a great idea. I did like the one with the kangaroo, but I will say the one with the kangaroo I was thinking would have more of a kangaroo holding the mug, or like the kangaroo right in front of the fence. Like the mug right in front of the fence next to the kangaroo. But obviously, I know you can't get close to them because their claws are like a raptor. So yeah, I don't know why I thought you were going to be able to get that close to the kangaroo. Too cold outside and they were quite aggro from being locked up. Yeah. You get too close to them and they will... Whew. You're gonna have a bad time. Did get past the first set of fences though to get that? Yeah. As long as there's one fence there that they can't jump over, you're good. You're pretty set. I think that's the one we want. -4, -2. General public aren't allowed to go where that picture was taken. Yeah. That's because you got the special treatment. You're lucky like that. You got the New Zealand treatment, which is you're allowed to be slightly closer than other people. Rotate Z 90. I don't like when it does that. There we go. Had it been warmer, I'd plan to have a Joey holding it, but they were, yeah, fair. That's fair. Rotate Z 90. If we go back up, and then another rotate Z by another 90. Look at that. I'm gonna replace this though. These ones here we can get rid of. Actually, we can probably get rid of these ones too. Take these. What up, Fox? I'm gonna call you Fox because if I call you Hypnotic, people are gonna be like, why is he talking to himself?
People
we
will
go.
definitely not be shocked to hear you talking to yourself.
I mean, not on stream. I'd never do it on stream. Because, you know, talking to myself on stream would be crazy. You should know better than anyone. You're HR. Alright, so we have that set up. I think we still need to make stairs. But I think for now, that'll be fine. Dishes are done, pizza dough is rising, chicken roasting. Next, get the chili goings and veggies prep for the pizzas. Are you making like a family dinner for 40 people? Or is this your next week worth of food? Because do a meal prep? Good. Good. This is his lunch. Next 2 weeks of food. You say the next 2 weeks of food, but we all know that pizza and roast chicken disappears 3 times faster than anything else. You get a pizza, like you make a pizza and you're like, I'll have half for tonight's dinner and half for tomorrow's dinner. And then 30 minutes later, you have no pizza. For some reason, food you don't have to cook is easier to eat. True, true. Which is weird. You would think food you do have to cook would be easy to eat because you've spent the energy cooking it. So you need to replenish that by eating more. But no. I'm freezing it, so we'll still need to cook it. Fair enough. I should really get into that, like, making pizza dough stuff. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, that's an idea. That's an idea, chat. 1 day a week, my stream is just a 10 to 12 hour cooking stream. Cooking and just chatting stream. Where it's like, I make pizza dough from scratch. We like prep all of the food for the next week. All that kind of stuff. It's just like 10 hours of cooking on stream. That'd be interesting. That would be very, very interesting. You could see all of my very, 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 very budget pots and pans. Very budget pots and pans. 10 hours might be a bit excessive. No, because you've got to have the, you got to have like the pizza dough rise. You've got to, like, and it wouldn't just be like one thing. It would be like making multiple different things from scratch. So we'd be like making sauces and stuff. I would have to wash pots and pans in between cooking as well. I'm literally actually about to make pizza from scratch. Nice, fuck yeah, nice. Are you going to stream this? Well, that's what I was saying, Ryan. I could have one day a week that's just a 10-hour cooking stream. I think a 12-hour stream of just waiting for pizza dough would go crazy. It wouldn't be the entire 12 hours of waiting for pizza dough. We'd make the pizza dough first, and then we'd set it aside, and then we'd make something else in the meantime. Like, we could make the sauce from scratch that we're going to put on the pizza dough, kind of thing. Hey, Bucky! G'day, you get done. How's things? How was you doing with your lovely face? Should get muffin pans, crazy bites. Ooh, that'd be nice. I have a tomato relish I made. I use as the sauce. A tomato relish goes hard. Oh, that's so good. So good. I'd probably create like a green... No, not a green. If I was going to make a pizza from scratch on stream, I would have a standard tomato base, like standard tomato sauce base, and then I would have a mango chutney that I use as the top sauce, but I would put that on after the pizza has been cooked. If you get what I mean. So like cook the pizza, some chicken, some mushroom, red onion, capsicum, whatnot. And then once it comes out, put the mango chutney on top. Oh. Mango chutney chicken pizza is the best thing. I think that's everything. So if we join all of that together, okay, so now we need to go through, because if we have a look at our properties here, see how there's no materials. Which means let me get rid of all these. Now I'm just hungry. Well, it's a good thing it's nighttime for you. Okay. Need to get all of this stuff set up. Because all of these, we need to like set up all the different materials. But I think it'll be better to have it all as like a single mesh. Should make some apple pie pizzas. Oh, mango chutney sounds amazing. It is. It is. And I never really liked chutneys or relishes as a kid. But as an adult, if you give me the option to have a relish or a chutney on a sandwich or burger, you better believe it's going on there. Like my mother's a chef and makes a lot of her own sauces and stuff, and chutneys and relishes and whatnot. So whenever there's a visit, it's always like, we don't have space in our pantry. Take some because we can't fit it. And it's like, all right, I'll just. Like with fermentation? Yeah. Whoops. I want to keep that one. Sends me home with bag of food? Yeah. I remember when I lived in the same town as my parents, we'd be able to, like, we could just go, hey, you reckon you could make me that chicken and leek pie that's so goddamn good? And sure enough, the next day is chicken and leek pie. Yes. Delicious. Goddamn. Okay. So all of this, we can go new. Assign all of those. Invert our selection. Add a new. And assign them there for now. So now when we select that, we have that. And when we select that, we have all of that. Perfect. Perfect. I've started to do that back to her. Send my parents home with stew and soup and whatever. We trade mason jars back and forth. That's something I've started doing as well. And I have a feeling I'm starting to become that person. Like you know how like older people will like keep jars and such to reuse for other things. So I'm starting to do that. Whenever I buy one of these, they're a huge jar. Like they're a huge jar. So whenever I buy one, I keep the jar and I'll just use it to keep my rice in. So I like put the rice in there, or I'll put flour in there because it's got a rubber seal. Like you put the lid on, it's got a rubber seal, all that kind of stuff. So it keeps stuff fresh. It's like, why would I I can just reuse this for my sugar. and for my rice and for my flour. Why would I not keep it? There, I'm becoming that person. I don't have time every morning to go out and get a coffee. And I don't have an expensive coffee machine. Alright? If someone, I tell you right now, I'll tell you this right now. If someone wants to buy me, like, a copper rubber seal. Is that a seal? That's a seal. That is a seal. Where are we? If someone wants to buy me a coffee machine, like not an espresso pod machine, like I mean an actual coffee machine, because I know how to make coffee, all right? I know how to make coffee. If someone wants to buy me one of these and send it to me, I go for it. I'm not going to stop you. At the same time, I don't expect you to, but it's your money. Do what you want with it. Let's mark those as sharp. Ideally, they should have already been marked as sharp, but I'm silly. Walked out for a coffee machine, best thing ever. Yeah. I mean, if I was still working as a contractor, making as much as I was before I started streaming, I would definitely, like, I'd buy a coffee machine, and I'd probably buy a house as well, to be honest, rather than renting an apartment. But that's not my financial situation right now. So caffeine better than house though? Kind of. Get rid of those excess vertices. Now, what we can do here, I have to subdivide these. I have to snap to vertex. Then we knife. Oh, man. Why? Why is that not? Huh. Not J, but F. You can press F, but the problem with this is that it joins the vertices, but it doesn't separate the face into different faces. That's why. That's why that's happening. What I need to do, select you and you, so we get that line, but subdivide twice. There we go. Sammy! You lurker. You big lurker face, you. Now we can merge by distance. Alright, now I can knife through them. And by doing this, we create those separate faces. It's now separated faces. Don't call Sammy a big lurker face, jerk. You forgot Smelly. Oh, right, sorry. Yep, the official title for Sammy is big smelly lurker face. That's right. Sorry, Cavino. Thank you for the correction. Much appreciated. If we subdivide like so. There we go. Oops. Nope. Don't want to extrude. Want to subdivide. Let's see here. You catch my message explaining the J hotkey? J doesn't always work. No idea why. When it does, it's with face as well. So let's see. If I select that and that, then I hit J, that's going to separate the faces. But the reason why it doesn't work in this case is because this here, it's not connected to this line. Alright? So that's why it's not working. So what I need to do, we do this. There we go. So we do that, subdivide, like so, grab these, move up. I don't need to do anything at this point. I don't need to do anything yet, because I need to go through and I need to do it for all of these. And then I can just merge all of them, like merge all the vertices by distance. One thing I need to do is I need to go back into this. I need to go back into this mesh here. Or not that one, sorry, this one. I need to go back into this one. I need to put these separations in there. So that way I can just have this as part of it by default. And then I don't need to worry about doing this next time I create this type of structure. And that will just be there. And I can just merge the vertices together after placing everything. There we go. Come on. There we go, finally. Jesus Christ. Okay, Jesus. I'm gonna have to UV unwrap all of this again anyway. Subdivide. Pop. All I've got in my head right now is what's it called? Blueprints. Why are things like Balatro and Blueprints so addictive? Like, I understand Balatro because it's got all the noises and flashy lights. It mimics what happens when people play slot machines. That's why people find Balatro so addicting. Because, like, oh my god, number goes up. Flashes, loud noises, that type of stuff. But Blueprints? Is it just the intrigue of all the puzzles? Like, there's all this information, and it's like, I need to connect this somehow. Is that what's doing it? Is that why I'm so into Blueprints? Yeah, Blueprints doesn't have any of that. It's the progression. But that's the thing. Blueprints progression is... As Symbol was saying the other day, the progression is based entirely on randomness. It's not weighted towards blueprints at all or anything like that. It's just you'll be doing your run and then all of a sudden your run's over because the RNG went, nah, you're not going to get the thing you need. So it doesn't, like, the progression doesn't feel like it's something you've done. Why isn't as widely addictive as Balatro? True. Like, it's definitely not as addictive as Balatro. But I guess it's probably like I was never addicted to Balatro. Like, the amount of time I've spent playing Balatro is... Where is it? 63 hours. And I don't even have it installed. I'm like, meh. I'm over it. I'm bored of it. Whereas Blueprints, I'm already at 32 hours. And I'm still like, I need to play this. I need to play it. I need to get it finished. I need to know what the answer to these puzzles are. So for me, I think it's more... If you're into the puzzle solving type of thing and you get annoyed when you can't solve a puzzle or when there's an answer that you still need to get, you're gonna keep playing. Because, like, no, I need to know what this is. I need to know what the answer is. I need to know how to solve this puzzle. I think that's what's doing it for me. I don't know about everyone else, but that's definitely what's keeping me playing Blueprints. I don't know why, though. Like, there's plenty of things out there that can do the same. But for some reason, Blueprints has triggered it for me. Could be the simplicity of the game. Oops, there we go. Alright, these should be the last few walls that we need. And then we can... I think a problem that we're gonna have by doing it this way is the normal map stuff. So now that it's all connected into one floor, if we have a look at the UV editing, I think the issue I would have to unwrap this again. So yeah, I think I have to go around. I have to unwrap all of these individually. Oh, whoops, not subdivide. Yeah, then it readjusts slightly. So yeah, I definitely need to do this on that base mesh, like the one that we use through the asset library, so that it's already done. It's already got its UV map sorted. And then when we join everything together, it's already got that. It's already got that dealt with. Well, you live and learn, right? You live and learn. Can't do multiple at the same time, because that's going to cause it to go out of whack. I also don't know if I should join them all together, or if I should leave them as separate meshes. Like, what's the best practice with that? Joining it as one large mesh, or leaving it as multiple separate meshes? That might be a question for the interwebs. Let's see. Blender, join meshes before exporting. Performance. Actually, join meshes for performance. Merge multiple meshes into one single mesh. Is there an add-on that will allow me to do that? Spend a great deal of time. Suggest not joining them into one mesh. They share the same object, should be different meshes. Construct the model as you would be constructed in real life. Window frames, etc. Because you need to overcomplicate it. You can merge multiple meshes together in Blender by default. Do meshes need to be merged Actually, no. Multiple meshes, one object. I think this is the way to do it. I think this is the way to do it. Remove the objects you no longer want in your model, like the interior objects. Then join all the objects you want into a single model. Hit Control J, join selected meshes. The multiple objects will now be one model you can export. I don't think this particular question has been asked and answered. I mean, I'm gonna find it. Following both beginner and intermediate tutorials, I'd try a few things of my own. Having a lot of fun, failing, learning, failures, new problem. Wondering, practice, keep one object, multiple meshes, multiple objects, each mesh. Example, make something like spaceship, hull of the ship, separate object, create another with cockpit windows. Do I have a new mesh with one object? Try and work that intersect. No definitive answer for this. It is mostly a matter of opinion, some consideration. We're making a complex model. Event is working with multiple objects. You can make linked duplicates. Modifiers can be created. You can quickly go into local view. You can find objects by name. When a model is complete, having 135 separate objects to represent a single spaceship can make it awkward to select and move around as one. So there is an advantage to combining multiple objects into one. Performance-wise, using larger scenes, Blender will perform better with one object that has 1,000,000 vertices than 1,000 objects that have 1,000 vertices each. What was that? Stack Overflow giving me a goddamn flashbang. Some quiz test shows Blender is designed to work with objects that have high vertex counts, not really large number of objects. Even with 3,000 objects in the scene, it takes a few seconds to select all objects. Selecting the 33,000 vertices of those objects all joined together is almost instant. Okay, so let me try Godot for merge meshes before importing. Should I merge meshes? So what's the approach here? Because I can have it all like this, or I can go back to what I had, which will essentially require me to restart because I don't have that many undos. Morning, Mike. We are making progress. Let me have a look at your one. Art creations. That's a nice looking texture. Nice procedurally generated texture. Very nice. Actually, I have a question for you, Mike. I have a question for you. When I'm creating each floor of my building individually, should I merge all of the individual wall pieces and such together to make one large piece? Like one object with one mesh? Or should I have one object with multiple meshes under it? Or should I just leave it all as individual objects? Because if I merge them all together, then I've got to reset up the materials and stuff like that. I feel I should just leave them as separate objects. Draw calls will be the same in Godot as the objects instanced in Godot. But yeah, like if I have a floor which has like all of these walls. If you want to do a full model in Blender, the collision is going to cost a bit. Okay, so if I have all of these separate pieces, then I can have like less collision cost because it's just checking the collision for this bit here rather than everything else. Floor should be tiles as well. That's what I was thinking. I was like, do I have each floor as a grid map? Kind of thing. So I was like, do I create... Where are we? Do I have this as a grid map and then just place everything around? If you have the floors as scenes, you can turn the collision off if not needed and only visualize. So it would be like, I would take this bottom floor here, make that a grid map, and then in here, I can have that grid map and then I can place the doors and the windows in there, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's what... Yeah. Yeah, cool. Alright, so we're not going to worry about this one. Open an external program. No, not open an external program. Go away. Show in file manager. Get rid of that. Don't need it. Let me just do a grid map. I can rename this to be large ground floor 1. Each floor should be a node 3D with grid map below it. Then it could be the same scene inherited for each floor. Then in each inherited scene, you can add different decorations and such for each floor. So in essence, you create a ground floor scene, then a floor scene. So yeah, I'd have the grid map as its own thing with all the floors and stuff, like with all the walls and stuff. And then I would have a node, like I'd have another scene, which is a node 3D that pulls in this grid map scene, as well as it has It has like the decor, the furniture, the paintings, the lights, all that kind of stuff. You know, there's multiple floor scenes based off the mesh that you can add to it. Yeah. Cool. So good to know that I was going about it the wrong way. Why is there nothing down here? Oh, that's why. Weird that. Quick that. There we go. Almost got Z depth buffer application going as well. Nice, nice. Don't center on that. Don't center on that. Don't center on that. Yeah, cool. So this is... Ah, you're forward. Okay. That's alright. I can change that. Show you how to use occlusion based on the depth of the models and fade out if needed. Both near and far planes. The app also uses depth stencil index, which you can apply to a post-process shader to the index value to highlight objects as they go behind others. Yeah, nice, nice. I think for my side of things, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to worry about hiding the outside of the building when you're in the building. And I'm not going to worry about hiding the inside of the building when you're outside the building, sort of thing. It'll be if you go behind, like maybe I'll hide the inside of the building, but if you go behind the building, it'll hide all of the floors that are in your way, sort of thing. So we'll have a ray cast from like top to bottom, sort of thing. And everything that gets hit will just hide, basically. Might post as public repo so others can use it if they want. Yeah, smart. Very smart. Shows the techniques I used in Unreal that convert to Godot. Yeah. Where Godot didn't have a system, I recreated it. Nice. Nice. Making systems to have Godot defeat Unreal. I like it. Shit, we got ads coming in. That came around quick. We need to rotate these. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right there. I'm going to get this put in. And then we can put the words up. Turn on autopilot. And let's keep going with the words. No worries, Mike. Load. Lobe. Vol. Bode. Beloved. Beloved. Loved. Love. How is beloved not a word? D-love? I should update that, shouldn't I? G'day, Lupo. How are you doing? Actually, where's the timers? Let's go to commands. Lead. Bode, B-O-D-E. Yeah, no idea. Alright, I have push-ups to do. 38. Alright. Let's do 38 push-ups. One, two, three, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. Christ. The last one started to get me. Oh. Glug. Damn. Owing. Gown. Nice. I know it's not spelled right, but... Oh, annoying. Of course. Nice. 2 levels.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Ads are over! Alright, turn that off. Whoa. Alright. Let's get this redone. Yay, indeed. Ah, yeah. If anyone wants free TTS, H-Ives claimed it and said to give it to someone that wants it. So, if you want free TTS, let me know. Let's get rid of that one. What's TTS? Text to speech. Let's toast that there. Then Pop these ones along here. Spin it. Pop it there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. I mean, they're the same length. 15k, eat the hot sauce. For 15k, this 105,000 Scoville hot sauce goes onto a very generous serving of it. Goes onto a cracker. The reason why it goes onto a cracker is because I don't want to have any risk of it touching my fingers. And I'm not just going to drink it out of the bottle, because that's a breeding ground for bacteria at that point. The second your lips touch it, the bacteria goes, ooh, we have a new home. And then they start causing havoc everywhere they go. So... I like having these modular meshes to use. Just easily knock out a building. Pop that there. Put that there. Still recovering from those push-ups. My God. So once this is done, once we've got these floors done, we can start putting in the code to hide each of them. Then as we hide them, I like to hide and show them based on where the player is. There we are. So there's that floor. And then we can drop in these doors. That right there. That's what it's gonna be. Pop that there. How do I want to rotate? So I want to rotate this -90. Correct. Yep, perfect. It wants to be... No, 0.1. Yeah, nice. That's good. Then we duplicate you. We go +90. Set you to +20. Duplicate you. set you to 0. And pop you there. I actually wonder, do I need to rotate it? I don't think I need to rotate it, to be honest. It's not like there's any features on it that distinguish it. Ah, shit, I haven't set up that as a sharp. Whoops. So if we duplicate that, actually just set it. Oops. Negative. Now. Yeah, see, it still lines up perfectly. The open's still gonna work. Huh. Alright. So now we do need to fix up one thing. Need to fix up one thing with this. Oh, no, you're the window. That's not what we want to fix. This is the one we want to fix. So you are set to shade sharp. These two, we can clear sharp. Change into properties. Okay. Assign you there. Cool. So we need to do that, and then we also need to... What up, Curious? How are you doing on this fine Monday? Or, as you might refer to it, 420. So that's an inner corner. Existing. IB existing. Nice. Curious left map for you. What an honor. I mean, of course. Why would people not, like, why would people not leave anyone to come to me? Like... Jeez. Spent a little time with Matt. Time to see what's happening here. We're just correcting some things, and then we're getting our building hiding based on where the player is. So that's what we're doing at the moment. Let's see. Mark those as sharp. What up, viability? How are you doing? How's it going over on the tubes? There we are. That's how we want that set up. I've stuck with a few people you've raided, but Matt's has a unique stream going on. Yep. Thanks for pushing me during the raids. No worries. Anytime. Which engine am I using? I am using Godot. That is correct. You're doing good viability? Good to hear. Good to hear. Now, I am using Godot. However, I am more of a generalist. I do understand.
How many archives do you need to fill an entire stadium?
None. I don't know why that's still doing that. It's been set to shade flat. Oh, hang on. That's right. I have to re-export. There we go. Fixed. Fixed. now has the light there as an indicator that this is the door. Why did you choose Godot over other engines for 3D game dev? I don't trust Unity. I would have used Unity if they didn't completely screw up with licensing. And even though they've reversed those decisions, they've proved that they could go that way at any second. So I don't trust them. With Unreal Engine, I feel for what I'm doing, Unreal Engine is too bloated. My game engine should not be the size of a AAA game, in my opinion. I don't need an 80 plus gigabyte installed game engine to make a game. So, plus I want to do 2D stuff, and you can do 2D stuff in Unreal Engine, but it's more difficult than other engines. And I've also tried, I've tried Ogre 3D. Also, I've tried Ogre, I've tried O3DE, I've tried Default, all this kind of stuff. But out of all of the other game engines, so excluding Unreal and Unity, I find Godot has the better support and feature set. Plus, I'm on Linux. Can you do the witch voice on YouTube? Unfortunately, not yet viability. Once we've got once we've been monetized on YouTube, then we can set up stuff to allow people to trigger the witch and the TTS voices. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Absolute legend, you're a good done. What up, Parker? How are you doing? But yeah, at the moment, viability, there's no way for me to allow people on YouTube to do TTS stuff. I'm also rebuilding my overlay at the moment from scratch. So once I've rebuilt the overlay, I'll also be able to do more stuff with YouTube's API. It only has options for Blueprints C++. For Unreal, yes. I do want to do more C++ stuff though, but I don't want to use a game engine for C++.
Is a thing of the past, and the future is a thing now, and the future will be a
past. The future will be a past. People are creating bindings to other languages in UE5, like C#, AngelScript, also. Yeah, so that's the thing that Godot has with it already. Godot already has language bindings for like Rust, Zig, C#, Go, Lua. Like, there's already all of these open source language bindings for all of these different languages out there for Godot. Better support, very easy learning curve, it's open source, therefore it's likely to be focused on community feedback. Yeah, exactly. When you start a new project in Godot, it's empty. When you tell Unreal Engine to start a clean project, it just populates it with a bunch of BS. Is my mustache fake? No, it is not. Very much attached. Very much attached.
Lots of stories in Balamory. Which one you want to know?
Tell me all of them. Issue has happened. Helpo Wise Tech Father. What's up, Intrex? What's the issue? Why does it look so fake? I do have wax in it. I have some wax in it to keep it up, because otherwise it's like all over the place and it's horrible. So the wax is probably what makes it look fake, because it keeps it tied together. Stuff like that. Beard looks epic. Thank you. The beard's gonna keep growing. We're not shaving anytime soon. Made it so far people think it's fake. Yep. We are going for the longest mustache record. We need to get it to 68 centimeters at least. It's currently around 27 centimeters. Using GD script or other language? Using GD script, just because I don't need to worry about installing third-party plugins or anything like that. I don't like to rely on third-party packages, because if they stop being supported, I'm screwed at that point, basically. Need to remember that a modern development environment or building system would be modular, and the buildings would all look the same. Yes, kind of. Yeah. They all look the same from a material perspective, but using a modular setup, you can like give them different shapes and whatnot. Cavino, no, that's a lie. If you look at the photos of that, that's the guy's beard. All right, most of that hair starts down here. All right, that's beard. Not mustache. Mustache is just what's on the upper lip. Beard is everywhere else. Push button. I woke up the other day and decided to learn how to make a game. So is Godot the best way to start? For you, it might be. If you haven't done anything previously game development wise, Godot's a very easy entry into it. Especially with the community and the tutorials out there, and Godot's documentation in game engines is the best. Like, there is no other game engine out there with better documentation than Godot's documentation, and that's important for people getting started.
Eyebrows and moustaches for your eyes.
Eyebrows and moustaches for your eyes. If you have previously programmed in C++ or Python or Rust or something like that, if one of those is your main language, then you're probably better off going with an engine that's based in those. So C++, you might be better off going with something like O3DE or something like that. Lua, you're best off going with like Default or something. Rust, you've got the Bevy engine and things like that. So it really depends on what your preference is, what your background is. So if we look at world's longest mustache, all right, this is a lie. This is not the longest mustache, all right? Because if you look at this, that's beard. Okay, that's beard, not mustache. All right. So this is the world's longest beard, but it's not mustache. All right. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. That's their beard. That's their beard. This is the world's longest mustache. If you go to Guinness World Records. Longest mustache on a living person. Longest mustache on a living person by the Guinness World Records, 63.5 centimeters. Right, that's pure mustache. There is no beard for that at all. Pure mustache. So, yeah. C++ is not the best in Godot. Rust's binding is kind of good at the moment. Much better than C++ coding due to Rust macros. If you were doing C++ game dev and you wanted to do Godot, you would not... You would probably be just using... Like, you'd have the Godot engine code checked out. Then you'd probably just be building your game alongside that stuff. Not a big problem. I can't sign up to websites. Tried on Firefox and Brave. I need to sign up on my phone. Worked. I tried to sign up on my phone. Worked. Factory. But laptop, no. I don't know what that issue would be in Trex. If you're, it could be an issue with VPN or anything like, or something like that. I don't know. It depends on what your what's running on your laptop at the time. Life goals, indeed. If going Godot, choose either GDScript or C#. Don't go for all these extension methods and languages. Stay with what is supported. Yeah, you stick with what's supported, because if you go with something that's a that relies on a third-party plugin, the second they stop bothering with updating that third-party package, you're going to either have to update it yourself, or you're going to have to rewrite everything to something that is supported. Weird question. How often does beard, mustache, hair end up in your mouth? Not very often. Not very often. Because of the wax that I'm using, it keeps the mustache out of my mouth completely. And all of the beard hair is already like growing away from the mouth. So I don't know, don't use VPN. Nothing is running, to be honest, other than the browser. Interesting. Yeah, not sure. Not sure. I would say to open up the developer console, have a look at the networking tab, see if there's something going wrong. See, it could be the like an extension that you have installed in your browser could be causing the issues, stuff like that. And no one can eat a calendar factory unless it's a chocolate calendar factory. All right. Let's do that for now. Lock all those in place. Then in here, a new scene.
Bongo YT.
Hit anything, just sometimes, only once. I mean, technically true. There is a difference between something that can be eaten and something that is edible. Something that's edible is something that's safe to eat. Something that can be eaten is just something that can be eaten, whether or not it's edible or not. Safe for consumption versus not safe. For some reason, I really like this guy's art style. That is an interesting art style. It looks like a black background, and he's just left out pixels for the parts that he wants to be shaded. So rather than worrying about shading stuff with different pixels and normal maps and stuff, he's just erased the pixels from there. And he lets the background apply the shading. I'm probably wrong, but I also like the little smoke balls that come off the flame. Rather than having like a consistent smoke thing, it's just like...
iChives used to be such a nice person, until they discovered haggis.
That's true. That's true. Full black background with random tiles on it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Full black background, and then he's got a tile map in the background that has the dark tiles. And then he's got the tile map in the foreground. And like it looks to me like the tiles in the foreground where they're black. He's just erased those pixels. Eatable, edible. Yeah, exactly. Difference. Came here from short. Of you doing the same thing. Got to go now. Fair enough viability. Enjoy. That is a good little setup. Large upper floor. Do you want to hear my game idea? Go for it. If you want to share it, I want to hear it. The Nintendo Entertainment System is 41 years old today. Jesus Christ. For others just starting, this is something I do every morning with coffee. I browse X and Blue Sky and look what others are doing. Then record screenshots of games that I like and art that inspires me. This way, I get ideas for my own games. Exactly. Exactly.
Megan ate the fox.
Megan ate the fox? Why did Megan eat the fox? That doesn't sound smart. Oh, what up, CSLR? Long time no see. Entirely my fault that I haven't been here. I mean, I've been here, so... It could have been my fault, though. I could have scared you away. I don't know. I'm glad I didn't, though. Let's see. Over this side, thanks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right there. I'm around elsewhere, just not here. Exactly. It's called cheating. Pop that there. I've been seeing a lot of YouTube shorts recently of the guy that created Temple OS. My God. Some of the stuff he says in those is ridiculous. At one point, he claims to have the powers of a Jedi. It's a game set in a mega city tower, lots of floors, a looter shooter, which you progress through by blasting through walls and defenses. There's that are venerable, resistant to ballistic, acid, fire, or a combination. The weapons required need to be looted along the way, the twist being if you do too much damage, the place falls down and kills everyone, so you don't get out with your loot. Interesting. So you have to be careful about how you're, like, what weapons you're using. And like where you're attacking, sort of thing. No. Are you able to provide evidence to counter his claim of being a Jedi? Well, considering there's no proof that they ever used those powers.
I love paying taxes to King Charles III.
If you're making an OS, you probably are a Jedi. Oh, no, not necessarily. No, not necessarily. You're very smart, I'll give you that. You're very smart. But I mean, it depends on what you class as making an OS. I mean, I can make an OS, but it would just be using the Linux kernel. Like, you'd take the Linux kernel and you'd combine it with the use of like an existing window manager and desktop manager, that kind of shit. Hey, easy to set one up. It's the same as every other Linux distro, but it's still a new operating system. It has a different name. So yeah, it depends on what you depends on what your class is making an OS. Didn't Temple OS get made when the creator was going through a major schizophrenia episode? I remember hearing something about him being guided by God while writing. Yeah. He had a mental break and he just became a complete, like, something snapped in his brain and he started saying that he was given the divine intellect by God to create Temple OS. And you have a look at Temple OS and it's like, this is the craziest operating system ever. Like, it is so difficult to understand what the hell is going on. Yeah, it's basically DOS on acid, pretty much. Although it's easy to blast through the low levels, if you leave a mess there, it might come back to bite you as the building damage accumulates. Exactly, yeah. So it weakens the foundations, so it could crumble, yeah. Maybe I can make millions. I've gone through a mental breakdown. Even got a stamp on my forehead. You're not paying cat taxes to King Charles. While I'm no monarchist, the monarchy is better kept to provide, and provides more than it takes when you look at more than immediate financials. Any counterclaim is factually incorrect. Also consider removing the monarchy. The royal family and the many dukes own the majority of land that would not become public domain. They would likely make it more difficult to do anything on said land out of spite, whereas currently they let the government. Yeah. The also, like, they don't really have any power. Like, they do have power, but if they were to interfere with the government in their work and overrule what the government is doing, everyone would see that as an overstep, and they'd be like, no, we elected the government. They're making decisions on behalf of us. Who are you to say otherwise? And at that point in time, you'd probably have the royal family thrown out. Buckingham Palace would be a nice Airbnb, though. That's the problem, though, Pushed. If you had it as an Airbnb, it's immediately going to get trashed by some teenager setting up a weekend party there and inviting everybody in London. So, it would be a nice Airbnb for the first 30 seconds of its existence. The royal family is basically just family that won the lottery. At this point. Just wrote an issue over the tiniest little thing, because I don't understand the reason why it was done the way it was. Now, if we have a large window there... No, actually. I'm being silly. I don't want large windows. Because we're going to have rooms in these. So they're each going to have their own. Like, we haven't designed the layout of the rooms yet, so we're not going to worry about that right now. Oops. One more. But that would be you. Then you. Whoops. Another thing doing for inspiration is start following all the retro gaming posters. Looking at the types of games that were around and remembering the ones that made me happy. A lot of those games don't deserve a remake, but a lot do. That's true. That's true. PCG Planet. 68 Planet Mesh Face GD. It's running through the normalizing and normalizing all the normal vectors after doing a sum into the array. Is there any reason to do that sum? I would imagine doing... Alright, so the cross ABBC, cross BC, and cross CAB normalized would be more efficient in a language as slow as GD script. Now, I'm missing something. Is there a reason to do the sum and then loop after instead of a direct assignment? I don't see any other modifications to the normal array elsewhere in the project, so it seems like it's just one-time call to all the normals to add, then go through and normalize. Could you explain? For more information, I've been posting this over to Godot 441 with C#, and I modified the code. And it seems to work the same, though C# is significantly faster than GD script. Oh, fair enough. I'll be interested on the response of that too. I'll be interested on the response of that. That reminds me, I keep forgetting that we have a user voice open on Twitch. Go read the user voice. Give it a vote if you want those custom badges and such. Tell other people about it as well, so that we can have more people kind of or get more votes against it. Just both concentrate on getting some screenshots of what we're working on, post them to Screenshot Saturday. I mean, once I've got 3D models and stuff implemented, sure. I don't know why, I don't like taking photos of something that's like just basic mesh shapes. Like, I just don't like the screenshots for those. Like, I'd rather get like get stuff implemented. Oh, whoops. Need that one there. Hey, taking interim screenshots. Don't forget to take the finalized screenshots. Yeah, I would do the exact same thing. I'd forget to take the updated at some point. I'm also going to add a mesh instance A quad mesh. Like a plain mesh isn't going to be it either. Point mesh isn't it either. I guess for now I can just put it as like a... I just create like multiple. Be like 16, 20. Okay, so we do 20. Do that. Another mesh instance with another plane. I'm just doing this for testing as well. So we'd go 10, 10, 20, 10, duplicate you, drop you over there. Change this type to just be Node 3D. Get rid of all those. That'll be a Node 3D. Good. And then do pop ground floor in here. Gives us that. It's a little bit bigger than it was previously, but that's okay. And update these. So you'll be 20 and you'll be 40. You will be 20. Do you have any tips on making UI? I'm working on a tower defense strategy game, but still needs a lot of UI. I have some references and stuff, but it's still kind of hard. What do you want to do? Like, what are you trying to do in the UI? Are you having trouble coming up with a UI in general, or are you having trouble implementing something specific in your UI? Because one thing you would probably want to do is set up a canvas modulate. Also, not a canvas modulate, a canvas layer. And have the canvas... Ooh, that does look nice. That looks very nice, Mike. You'd probably want to set up a canvas layer and have your canvas layer contain all of your UI stuff. So a HUD, basically, because that canvas layer can, like, that'll stick with the camera as the player moves around and stuff. More on the UI design itself, on the art part. So if you're trying to get designs, like trying to get ideas for UI stuff, check out this. Check out the Game UI database. This, you can kind of have a look at other games menus. So if we were to go browse all, we can go UI elements. So... You know, you want to have a look at a tile menu. You want to have a look at something that is pixel art. You can go through these. You can be like, okay, so these are different designs, different layouts and stuff. It can give you an idea of other implementations. You can also look at, like if we clear these two, you can look at aesthetic. So if you want something horror, you can have a look at how horror menus and stuff generally look. You can also filter on the side by title screen. So different title screen layouts and stuff. And it just kind of helps, like, helps identify different aspects.
MBAKC Hypno, it's Ant Nation.
Ant, welcome back. Good to have you back. But yeah, that's where I generally go. I'll generally go to the game UI database and get an idea from there. I'll have a look at other games. And I'll go, all right, I want a menu that is that's kind of separated. So like it happens on like either side of the screen. It doesn't take up the center of the screen. And then I'll have a look at other game, like I'll have a look through menus. I'll find ones that have that sort of style, and I'll be like, okay, so this is how they kind of structure things in general. Like, these are the similarities between them and stuff like that. And then I can kind of come up with the art style from there as well. I use Critter for all of my drawing stuff. So when I get to the UI aspect for this, I'd be using Critter to draw that stuff. This one we can set at 2.75. That goes up. This is Godot, Jack. This is Godot. 2.75 by 2. And probably just duplicate. Let's do plus 2.75. Got a microbit to learn coding with the second, and got a second monitor. Nice. How good is 2 monitors? 2 monitors is like top notch. Oops. Yeah, that's 10 stories. That's enough for now. Don't need to worry about anything else for now. Now what we need to do is we need to put a script on these. Actually, do I want a script on them? I suppose, yes. Look at my model, the UVs are stretched. Need to fix that. Add a screenshot in the Discord, show what I mean. Yeah, you can always tell when the UVs are stretched. Yeah. Stretched and compressed. That should just be a UV unwrap. You do a smart UV unwrap, it should take care of that, right? I like it. Use it to finally stream Minecraft and Ant stuff on Twitch. Need to figure out how to work chat and all that. How to work chat? What do you mean? Hypno, do you only have one monitor? No, I've got two. I got two monitors. Where do you think my my chat window is? Like, I've got everything you see over here. And then I've got everything you can't see over here. So my Twitch chat, my YouTube chat, my Twitch activity feed, my OBS, my stream avatars, my overlay, words on stream, another Firefox window with other streams that I'm lurking in. What up, Aaron? Doing a manual unwrap. This is multiple models. Okay. We're baking the UV maps all down. Yeah, fair. You might have the chat overlay that overlays on your screen. Yes. Yes. I don't know how to put it digitally, like how you have it on the bottom left. Over there, that's controlled by my good overlay. You can see here. And if I do... if I do this, see a demon pops up here.
Test.
And that's just them in this window. So that's something that I've built myself. That's something that I built in Godot. One day you should clean the desktop, or clean the desk, then photograph them to show people when they ask. I mean, there's not really anything on the desk. This show-off is using an ultra-wide for programming and my two old 1440p. No, I've got two 1440p's. I can't stand a single ultra-wide. I dislike that. It just gets to me. That's all. There can never be enough monitors for a programmer. That's true. That's true. I used to have 3 monitors. I used to have one monitor straight in front, one monitor to the side, and then the other monitor on this side was rotated up, and that would just be like my Spotify and whatnot. Yeah. Fun fact, Nintendo's console was not the NES. It was their color TV game. Yep. Ultrawide is weird. It would be slightly better if it was split into several screens. Yeah. Second monitor is an Asus something. It's really good, but damn, it's there. Several monitors is always best. Yeah, my problem with the ultra wide and stuff is like there's a couple of streamers I watch that have a slightly wider monitor than regular. And you have a look at their stream and it's difficult to see the writing on their screen because that ultra wide is trying to be fit into a regular 16:9. So there's space below and above. And it just makes it more difficult to read. Whereas in here, I've increased the size of the text in here so that it's easier for all of you watching to read and actually see what I'm doing. What kind of game am I making? That's the game we're making. It's a top-down action RPG, pre-apocalyptic, all that kind of stuff. We do have ads coming in, so I'm going to throw these words up. Let's get them started here. There we go. Alright, let's see, what do we got? Higher, there we go. To teach someone Kotlin and C3, but they used an ultra-wide. It was literally impossible to read. Yeah, exactly. Like, screen shares and stuff are difficult to read. Alright, so we got 35 push-ups that I need to do. So I'm going to knock those out. Alright. 1, 2, 4, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Getting easier. Alright. I do need to BRB as well, so I'll see you shortly.
Welcome to the club. Try the punch, it's tropical.
Alrighty, I'm back. Curious. Much appreciate the resub there. Six months. That makes you officially a grey-haired Gedunt. Yay, ads are over. So L is fake. Mars is alarm. No, never mind. L's fake. I don't know. That was difficult. That was difficult. Working in Godot 4.4 now. Started a couple of days ago, and I also use Blender and Critter. Come and try and learn Unreal and decide C++ is not a good language for me as a first code language. So gonna give Godot a try. Nice. That's a good one to go about too. Alright, let's pause those. We'll retry on the next ad break, team. Retry on the next ad break. Feel the same way about Unity, can't be trusted? Yeah. The good thing about using Godot as well is if you want to do C++, then what you can do... where are we? What you can do is you can actually go to Godot's GitHub. You can check it out. And if you go to issues and you go to labels and you find, where is it? Good first issue. Then you can have a look over these. And these are issues that are good for new people making changes to the engine. And you can get started with C++ in this way. So you can learn C++ by contributing to the Godot engine while you're making a game using GD script. Probably the longest I've subbed to anyone. Yay! But in a transactional sense, it's been worth it. The entertainment here is better than the crap streaming sites like Netflix has been offering as of late. I know, right? I know. Do your damn job. Finn, this is my job, alright? Not all of us can have a sugar mama, alright? Then do it. What do you think I'm doing? Interacting with chat is part of the job. Also, Godot has a version that supports C++. There are stuff you can get, like plugins and stuff you can get to allow you to script in C++ and whatnot. But we were talking about that before, and relying on those kinds of things can be a bit especially if you were to like check out the repo where it's like Godot for C++ scripting. There's the Genova framework that adds support for it. There's this one, Godot Engine, Godot CPP. So this is it allows scripting in C++, but it is kind of taken off the main. So this repository's master branch is only usable with GD extension from Godot's master branch. For users of stable branches, switch to the branch matching your target Godot version 4210. Yeah. So there is this, but I would just stick with the general purpose, like general Godot, if you're new to programming. Once you're familiar with programming and you want to take the next step into C++, then you can start to jump into that side of things. Meant C#. Oh, C#, yeah. Yeah, they've got a mono version. Yeah, so the Godot engine and then the .NET version. And you can get it for Windows as well. And I think there's also Mac OS. Yeah, Mac OS as well. They've got it. There. Back again. Thanks for the lurk, Bongo. If you think there's any sugar there, then you need to get to know her better. Well, Finn, I'll be able to, because they received a gifted sub the other day at random. So, you know, if they want to hang out in here and chat to someone that's not going to yell at them randomly... I have .NET because I want to learn C# one day. That's fair. That's fair. I don't use the .NET version because I'm on Linux. And C# stuff on Linux is It's just eh. I think all of these I'm gonna clear. Drop you onto that. Drop you onto that. No, Linux is for everyone. Here's Linux for nerds. It depends on what distro you're using. Arch Linux is for masochists. Gen 2 is for people that just... I don't know. I don't understand the people that use Gen 2. Things like Ubuntu, Mint, Fedora, that type of stuff, they're for everyone. They're general purpose Linux. Very easy to use and whatnot. And then there's Linux from scratch and things like that, where it's just the kernel and you've got to compile it yourself and build everything. That's when it becomes nerds. Yep. Arch is for loners. I use Windows. Yeah, Windows is for people that claim they want to... that claim they want the freedom to do what they want, but then choose Windows because Windows tells them what they want. No offense. Like, everyone was brought up with Windows through schools and work and the office and stuff like that. So, it's nobody's fault that they're using Windows. They've been forced to use it their whole life. They don't realize that there's a better option out there. Windows is for the default and compatibility, I guess. Yeah, default and compatibility, pretty much. I've used Mac for 7 years and finally got a Windows machine. Ouch. If you want to be boring and remain a sheep, go Windows. I've only ever used Windows. I'm curious about Linux, though. So it's not nearly as bad as it used to be. There are a lot of people that have the opinion that Linux is difficult because they tried to use Linux 10 years ago and it was difficult. It's like, yeah, but it's come a long way since then and it's no longer difficult. Like, oh, but games don't run on Linux. Like, 10 years ago, they didn't run well on Linux. These days, use Steam Proton and they run perfectly fine. Like, there's no issues at all. If you want to just be special, use MS-DOS. Exactly. If you want to be part of Linux religion, use Temple OS. Dual partition for me. Native game compatibility is close, but not complete. It doesn't need to be. Like, unless you're a competitive gamer, it doesn't need to be. Like, and 99% of people aren't competitive gamers. It's just how it is. Like, if you're playing single player games, 2D games, 3D games, all that kind of stuff, it's perfectly fine. If you are trying to be competitive in League of Legends or Valorant or something like that, sure, you might not want to use Linux because you'll get better performance out of Windows because it's optimized for Windows. But if you're just playing those games for fun, you can use Linux. No issues. My computer sounds like Jet, and it's brand new, and lags, and freezes and stuff, and annoys me. That would suck. That would suck. The problem is being a semi-casual gamer requires anti-cheat DRM these days, but even those aren't issues anymore. Mostly multiplayer games, some are heavy requirements. I want every FPS I can get. Well, I mean, curious. Learn a bit more about Steam Proton and stuff like that. And then, when you run the game, what you do is you put in the launch options to configure it and give you a whole ton of extra space. A whole ton of extra FPS and whatnot. I got a Windows 11 i7 Core Iris X graphics or integrated graphics. That'll be integrated graphics. Yeah, that's integrated graphics right there. What's a CPU? So your CPU, your Intel CPU, let's just go M-Wave. Let's go parts, Intel desktop CPU. So it'll be something like this. So you'll have an i7 14700KF or 14900KF or 14700K, something like that. That's what you would use. Like that's, so what are those numbers? Go on Best Buy. I can show you which one I got if you want. Canada or US? Alright, let's see which one you got. Desktop? Was it a gaming desktop? Or an everyday computing? It's a silver i7 Windows laptop. Okay, so it's a laptop. I go Windows laptop. Never allow. Was it a HP, an Acer, a Lenovo? You said it was i7. So if we go an Intel Core i7. I wonder if there's a sort by price low to high. Let's see. So you said about 700 to 800. Damn, how many cheap ass laptops are there? You know what? It was at the top, and then I started applying filters, and now it's not at the top. Bro, let's get rid of these filters, shall we? Get rid of that. Go best match. Sure. This one. You think so? That's the right one. Intel Iris X. So graphics carte graphique. Okay. So it's the 1255U. Alright. 1 terabyte storage, that's good. 1080p IPS. 16 gig RAM, DDR4, 3200, that's alright. Oh, yeah, that's a decent budget laptop. Decent budget laptop. 800 Canadian, yeah. So that's the one you've got. That's the laptop.
I used to work at a laptop factory, but I quit.
You seem to quit every job you have. I wonder how long until you quit this job. That's the real thing. I don't think we need a HR, so if you quit, I don't think we'll replace you either. So. Is it good? It scanned me. I only got 15.7 gig RAM, not 16 gig. That'll just be... It'll be a marketing thing. Like, it's... Yeah. For the price, it's what's classed as a budget laptop. So it's okay for the price.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules and so do I. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you.
Fair enough. Bro just got rickrolled. No, rickrolled is a link that sends you somewhere. It's supposed to send you to certain information, but it redirects you to the YouTube Rick Astley video. That's a rickroll. That is just someone posting the lyrics. Getting a copyright strike. Thanks to that lad. No. That's not even near a copyright strike. Like, that is a TTS speaking the words. They're not singing the words. There's no tune. There's no music in the background. There is absolutely no copyright infringement with that. Hit this link. It's definitely not a rickroll. Oh, it's totally not a rickroll. Let me just click on it. No. Always check URLs. Exactly. Always check URLs. Especially in places like Discord, where people can mask the URL to look like something else, but it's not actually that. So, yeah. I recognize those two capital Qs. Exactly, syntax. Devious means. Yeah. Always make sure that you check the link before navigating to it. Never check URLs. Just have uBlock installed. Don't have to worry. That's a lie, Aaron. That is a lie. For reasons, that's a joke. Yes. I know it's a joke. I just needed to point out it's a lie so that if anyone actually believes it, I've said it. I've cleared it up. It's their own fault if they click on stuff now. Since you won't hit it, it was a rickroll. One day I'll get you with a rickroll. Go for it. I don't care. I'm not one of those people that's like, you're never going to get me. But, whatever. It's a good song. It's a good song. If someone rickrolls me, I don't see it as a bad thing. The song starts playing, and I'm like, that's a good song. Let's just take a moment and listen to this song. I saw that there exists a custom Chrome extension that auto-checks if you click into a rickroll and warns you. I found it deeply funny. That's hilarious. X-ray. That's what we want.
Oh, Flower of Scotland, when will we see your likes again? That fought and died for your wee bit hills and glen, and stood against him. Proud Edward's army, that sent him homeward to think again.
Okay. We need player, item, NPC, equipment. So we need to do that. That's our actual layer setup. You should have 13 turned on. You shouldn't have that, but you should have those. Beautiful. Collisions are set up. So now that we have that, this has that script on it, but I don't think we need that to have you. If you run DD, WRT, or OpenWrite. Oh, excuse me. And I was hit with the spearfishing campaign. They get really clever sometimes. Now I always check URLs. I've had my router hacked, changing chain in my DNS. Damn. Yeah. I mean, if you're on the internet, you need to be careful. If you're not careful on the internet, then... If you're not careful on the internet, then I would argue that you're a fool. Like, the internet is known to be a terrible place. Yet people just seem to treat it as if it's where everyone goes to speak the truth. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't really make sense. It's very confusing to me.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules and so do I. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. We've known each other for so long. Your heart's been aching, but you're too shy to say it. Inside, we both know what's been.
Okay. What up, lawfuls? Where the fuck did that come from? Don't know. How'd you customize Godot like this? So if you go into editor settings, and then you go to your theme down here, you've got these two. So I've just changed the base color, the accent color, and the contrast. And that's how I've customized my Godot. What you can do, you can even create a Godot theme file and have it go through there. I like how people think they're rickrolling me. Like, you don't know how rickrolling works. Just having a TTS say the words is not a rickroll. Still don't get who did the last TTS. It was Ant. Ant Nation. What up, Medusa? How are you?
Rickroll.
I mean, sure. I need to make a magenta theme. Go for it. Like, Godot's theme, like, editor customization is powerful as hell. Nah, you got rickrolled. Admit it. Never. In Godot, a theme styles UI elements with properties like colors, font, style box, blah, blah, blah. Create a theme resource in Godot editor or code, customize properties, and apply it to the control nodes via inspector or script. Use theme overrides for one-off tweaks. Yeah. It's going good, Medusa. It's going good. But yeah, if you create a theme file, under editor settings in theme, you can actually set that theme file here. And that will apply whatever settings you have in that theme to all of this stuff. Like, because all of this is made using the Godot engine. Godot is Godot, yeah. I've been messing around with the theme editor. It's really good. Yeah, it's amazing. Pop this over here. So what I'm thinking... magenta became my favorite color. I don't know how or why, but magenta became my favorite color. That's fair. Very, very fair. I'm just wondering how we get this set up. Do we have it so that when the player enters, goes behind? How much RGB did you set up, got? Apart from a couple of fans that came with the case that have RGB by default, none. Let's see. How can we set this up? Because I'm not sure I want to raycast from here constantly. If we do one raycast, it's going to hit one thing at a time. Why have unicorn vomit if you can have magenta and pink? Exactly. Why go unicorn vomit when you can have unicorn blood? Duh. Magenta's a good color. I wonder if I set up an area. When the player enters the ground floor. Well, then we have the issue of when the player goes behind the building, goes behind the floor. If they go behind the building, so cameras here, and they go this way, and they go behind the building like this, then we want to hide all of these floors that are in the way. Where's Pepto? You don't know Pepto-Bismol? Don't know Pepto-Bismol? Yeah. Nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea. Would be a combination of raycast and area. People chug that stuff. I know, right? Very weird. Very, very weird. We usually just call them anti-fox medication. I don't really know the brand names. That's fair. Get Superman brand stuff here. Supermarket brand stuff. Yeah, I can see that. So when the player goes behind the building... It does not taste like it did in the early 2000s. Is this game where you were trying to make drones fly? We have the drones flying. if it gives me a drone. There we go. See? So, here is a brief overview of the game we're making. Think Diablo, Path of Exile type stuff, but no magic. It's all nanobots, bioengineering, AI devices type stuff. But it's the same top-down perspective sort of thing. You're a founder? Nice. Very nice. Bird's eye view, you mean? Yeah. Yeah, so it's this perspective. Like, the camera doesn't rotate, it just stays in this position. You can use mouse to move, or you can use keyboard. You can use controller too. You can, yeah. Haven't really got the UI worked out yet, but at some point we will. This one here, this one here. Those two... I think this one we can get rid of. Go away. But yeah, we've been working on this for like a total of 3.5 months. We started December 22nd. It's now April 21st. We took 2 weeks out for a game jam in January. And we took another 4 days out last weekend for another game jam. So we've got it more... got more like 3.5 months as opposed to 4 months of work. Love Diablo. I play it with my dad and Hypno. Can I get a ant picture next to my name? I can't control that ant. Those are Twitch badges that you get. It's April 20th. No, the only time that exists in this stream is future time, which means it's the 21st. It is Monday right now. Right? It is, in fact, 10:40 a.m. on Monday. So, yeah. When you do more work on the camera, can I suggest less rigid following of the player? So you want it to have sort of like a trailing effect. Because at the moment, the camera's just a child of the player. Good night, Tricky. I'll get in touch with you about your winning from the photo competition. Pee-wee, Diablo. Bird's eye view is isometric perspective, where the camera is angled at roughly 30 to 45 degrees. This creates a 2.5D effect, giving depth to the environment and characters. Already have. I'd like to see true bird's eye. Just to see how it looks. I'm just using an orthographic camera for mine. I'm not doing anything. Yeah, I'm giving it an isometric perspective. It is on a 50-degree rotation. So yeah. I think there should be a region in the middle of the screen where the camera will not move if the player stays within that region. Yeah, so similar to 2D. So you're talking about copying the 2D perspective, where there's an area around the sprite. Once the sprite moves to that point, the camera starts to trail behind the sprite, and then when the sprite stops, the camera recenters over the top of the sprite. The 3D cameras don't have that inbuilt by default. And that does require me to remove the camera from underneath the player and have the camera as a separate entity that constantly updates based on the player's position and input all of that logic myself. I'm not sure it's needed though. Come on. Jesus Christ. So...
Welcome to the team. Glad to have you here.
Thank you. Much appreciate the sub. Absolutely amazing gadunt you are. So, where are we? So if we have a look... Okay, so he's not actually doing anything in that video. I just want to see someone moving around. So, like, see how that doesn't have that effect. This doesn't have that effect, Bucky. So, these type of games don't generally have those effects. The player is always in the center of the screen, no matter what. Because, like, the camera is positioned in that spot for a reason. Because you want the player, but you don't want to have a situation where the camera is trailing behind the player, so the player doesn't see a group of enemies because of that. It causes that sort of issue. Gotta go to sleep now? Have a good rest of the Easter, rest of the stream. I will. Streams have been amazing of late. I went through over the last, like on my last day off, last Wednesday, I did some reflection, and I've changed my attitude. I'm going to stream better because of that change in my attitude. Much appreciate the sub. Look at that Prime sub. You amazing gadunt syntax. I love your work. Good night, Ant. But yeah, I prefer this setup, Bucky, just because it lets the player see. I noticed that amazing attitude. I know, right? I just flipped something. And I was like, no. I'm going to do this properly. But yeah, you want the player to always be in the center of the camera for this type of game, so that as soon as an enemy enters the camera, the player has the chance to stop before the enemy engages them. Whereas if the camera's trailing behind, the player can get too close to the enemy without seeing the enemy. And the enemy already has aggro on them. So, you gotta keep that in mind. What's the thing around the camera? You're talking about this purple bit here, this pink box. That there. That is the size of the camera. So this is an orthographic camera. So it's an orthogonal camera. So that there is the size. So as I change this, you see, change the size. Kind of forgot you've got combat. Yep. Top-down view offers straightforward map-like perspective where movement feels perfectly aligned with the screen. Exactly. Yep. This can be easier for new players compared to the angled movement in PoE or Diablo, where it can feel slightly disorienting at first. Yeah, definitely. And don't worry about the wall of text syntax. Everyone in here has posted a wall of text pretty much every day. I noticed you were way more joyous and energetic yesterday, or was it the day before? It's been every day for the last 5 days. So, never seen an ortho cam in 3D on Godot before. It's just like it gives it a better perspective. So you'll notice here, this is the same height no matter where I move to, no matter where I go to. However, if I'm here, then if we're in perspective mode, if I'm here, this character is going to look very stretched out. They're going to look a lot taller. Whereas if I am here, you would essentially be looking straight down at this character. So you would see their head and you wouldn't be able to see their feet or anything else on them. So that's why we've gone orthographic. So that way you always see the character as the same height, regardless of where they are on screen. They're the exact same size, no matter where you are. Whereas if I was to... I'm going to add another camera, just to like actually show you what I'm talking about. Let's turn you off. Let's set this to the current camera. Raise it up. Set it back. We're going to tilt it forward like so. We get a preview. Put it about 6. Put it about 4. So if we run this, you'll notice how like it's basically a straight top down. We probably want this to be 3 and this to be about -60. So you see how elongated that character is in perspective mode? And then it's like a straight down view of them here. So that's the kind of thing you get when you do perspective mode. And I just feel that this orthogonal mode, this looks so much nicer than that perspective camera in this setup. It's so much nicer. Having issues with sub? I'll get it. Doing it from mobile. Don't do it from, like, if you do it from mobile, it's going to cost you more. Because the App Store is gonna take a bunch of money. They're gonna add their own custom amount to it. But yeah, what we're working on at the moment, for everyone, what we're doing at the moment is when you go over here, we're going to have buildings that you can enter and you can go upstairs and whatnot. So when you enter the building, what I want to do is I want to have all of the floors above the floor that you're on, like, disappear. I want them to be hidden so that you can see into, like, you can see your character. Same as when you are outside the building. So, like, when you're outside the building and you go behind it, I want whatever's in the way of the camera to be hidden. Or to have, like, a cutout. So, like, you know, this area here is cut out, sort of thing. And you can still see the player through it. Curious how will you deal with making high ground look high and low ground look low. So you can see over here we've got some high ground. So you can see how like the player ends up going behind it and such. It's got shadow, but it's got shading as well. So you can kind of tell just by the shading and such and how the light hits it and whatnot, that this is higher ground. So that all comes down to lighting. That all comes down to lighting and shading. So, yeah. But yeah. And that's the same with the building as well. Like, you'll notice when we get to the building, everything looks cool. Thank you very much, Ermine. Much appreciated. You'll notice when we get to the building, this looks flat. This is probably the only thing I dislike about the orthogonal perspective. And it's probably, like, this is probably why I will change to a perspective camera at some point, most likely, just because of this building. And this will be the same for every building, is it will have this sort of flat look to it. But yeah. On my monitor, it's hard to tell. I wonder if proper textures will change that. Proper textures will change that. So once we have ground in there, and you see like you'll have like the road and the sidewalk and stuff go behind a hill, and it's like, oh well, that's going behind something there. So makes complete sense. I'm listening. Listening fully. Just trying to Twitch app it up. Fair enough. Question, not related to what you're doing. Do you know how to fix Bluetooth in Linux? What's the issue you're facing, Ermine? Is your Bluetooth just not working at all? Or is there a Bluetooth icon in your taskbar, but you're not able to detect a Bluetooth device? What's the exact problem? Because I may not know the answer, but I will help you find one if I can. At the moment, the item I'm connecting keeps disconnecting and reconnecting over and over. You have an adapter. So you have a Bluetooth adapter. And it keeps connecting and disconnecting over and over. Bluetooth. Disconnect loop. What distro are you using as well? Are you using Linux Mint, Fedora, Ubuntu, Mint? Perfect. Let's see. Following laptop. Bluetooth adapter. Linux Mint. Let's see. There's all their information. Should we use some Google Poo rather than asking for flaky AI solution? Tell us some more about your machine. Copy the results, paste back here. Thank you for flagging that. So I'll update with the information as per the Linux Mint chat. Or as I was asked to do RF kill list, or interesting. Enable the adapter. Unblock with RF kill, unblock Bluetooth. Mint is cool. I like Mint. It's everything Ubuntu tried to be, but 10 times better. Update drivers, firmware, sudo apt update. Yeah, you can try.
You should try Linux flavored Windows.
Linux flavored Windows. You mean who?
Loud noises!
Jesus Christ, Curious. Do you have to be so loud? Just try again. His full log. Again, same experience. Mouse connected by Bluetooth. Search here. Disabling power from mods and GUI did not help, but according to this post, has fixed it. There's nothing there. Repair device using Bluetooth CTL or Blue Man from the GUI. Yeah, so you'd use a GUI for it, definitely. I don't generally use Bluetooth devices with my PCs. Linux modules, you had to install Bluetooth working. Magic. Then I have absolutely no idea what did it, because I can't remember doing anything other than what I described. But I figured out what the problem was. Turns out my headphones had a kind of Bluetooth pairing mode as opposed to the normal standby. Seems like I accidentally activated that after installing new Linux modules, leading to them successfully pairing. It's me drawing false conclusions. Make sure your device's indicator light goes blue. Interesting. Yeah, I'd say update drivers, update the Bluetooth and the Linux firmware. Use a GUI like Blue Man to repair the device. Stuff like that. What's going on, Goose? How are you? You're doing good? Good to hear. Good to hear. Had the same issue. Managed to solve it with blow steps. Okay. That's headphones. So killed pulse audio. And was able to connect. Interesting. Bluetooth socket got disconnected. Don't know why. No response on that. Yeah, I'd start with just the drivers and firmware. Once you've updated those, then disconnect your, like, unpair the device and repair it. All that sort of stuff. Make sure your device is in the correct mode as well. So make sure it does successfully connect and it doesn't stay in pairing mode and constantly pair and then disconnect and pair again, disconnect sort of thing. Those would be your starting points. Shit, we got ads coming in again already. Cripes. Cripity crappity crips. Let's get these words going, shall we? Who thinks they're gonna be able to get the largest word? Huh? Let's find out. Let's find out. There's a word for yous. There's aced. Accessed? No. I mean, Cascade. There you go. Bucky got it. If nothing happens, I'll probably just have to save up for another version of what I have. I think I'm trying to connect as a full VR body tracking device. Full VR body tracking device. That... I mean, it could just be that... does that device work with Linux? It could just be that device is only supports Windows or something like that. which for something that niche could very well just be a Windows Windows-based thing. Because they wouldn't have the money to support more than Windows until the company takes off and becomes successful. I have the software that's supposed to work with Windows, but it's still not working. Okay, they have specific software that works with Windows. Do they have any Bluetooth drivers that need to be installed alongside that software? Anyway, I have 40 push-ups to do. Let's get these words restarted. I'll do these push-ups. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Fast drop off at the end there. Warn. Yeah. Gain. Grin. Gran. Sign. No. There be no S. Rang. For chat, will you do burpees if I sub 3 months? Burpees will kill me. So what I do... I'll wait until the ads are over. Alright, let's turn those off. Bucky and Aaron crushing it.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. So what I do for the ad break is however many people are in chat when the ad break starts, that's how many push-ups I need to do. So the other day we got a large raid like 3 minutes before the ad started. So I had to do a lot of push-ups on that ad break and the subsequent ad breaks, and that wasn't fun. They're getting easier. Like, the push-ups are getting easier. Also, I don't really have the space for burpees. There's no real space for burpees in this area. How many push-ups could you do before you started Challenge with Atticus? In one set, I'd probably do like 25. Oh, nice. I'm gonna own that. I finally finished my UI draft I was making. Nice. Good to hear, Fox.
And less than, I love the stick man, rubbing his butt against the ground.
That's correct. That's correct. The ampersand is Stickman dragging their butt across the ground like a dog. That be accurate. I wonder if there's... Send in Discord, so you'll see you later. Nice. Eating popcorn. Probably leaving 5 minutes. My family is asleep. Don't want to disturb them. Fair enough, H-Hives. Fair enough. What do you mean, Bucky? Did you used to exercise regularly before? How was it you could do so many push-ups? Well, that many push-ups for? I mean, I used to go to the gym 3 times a week. There's a gym nearby where it's like a group exercise where you go to the gym during a session, and there's a PT that makes sure everyone in the session has an exercise set that they're doing for that 45 minutes. So that's what I would do 3 days a week before when I was working and such. But then I stopped doing that. And yeah. Haven't done that for about 2 years. But yeah. That's probably why. Also, it does help that I am just ahead with hands. That does help a lot. When I was... automatic sporty jeans. Exactly. When I was in school, when I was in high school and whatnot, I did judo. So that was... I think the last time I did judo was probably 15 years ago at this point. 15 to 17 years ago or something like that. That was the start of my fitness. Was doing judo for like 7 years. That was fun. It was very fun. But then I just couldn't keep doing it because of time and such. Anyway, how are we doing this? So if it was just the player entering the building... So if it was just the player entering the building, that's easy. We detect the player walking in, and we fade out every floor that's above them. And as a result, all of their children. But when the player goes behind the building... Also, I'm probably not going to have the building just be straight on like this. Probably have it rotated a bit, like so. That way you can see the door there open. You can go in. You can also go up here and see the corner of the building, go behind it and whatnot. Yeah. So how would we do it so that when they're back here, we've got that sort of cutout showing them. Lurking away, Bucky. Big stinky lurker. As well as in here. One solution that handles both. Going in can be done via a collide or an area 3D on the building itself, and each floor has an area 3D. So when you enter the ground floor, it hides every floor above it. When you go upstairs, it detects that you've gone up to another floor, and it unhides that floor only. And then when you go behind it, do I just hide all of these floors that are in the way? Like, do I just fade the building? Do we just go modulate this? I think there's like 3 solutions. Yeah, like they're all different solutions. I'm wondering if it's best to have a different solution for each scenario versus one solution for every scenario. One solution for every scenario could be complex, but it supports every scenario. Whereas multiple solutions for each scenario. So like one solution for entering the building and exiting the building, one solution for going behind the building and coming out from behind the building. That can be easier to implement because you're isolating the logic across different solutions. And then there's also the question of how do you implement those solutions? Because each solution can be implemented different ways. There's the raycasting method, where you raycast, detect the things that are in between the camera and the player, and hide those things, versus having an area 3D on the floor and going, when the player enters this, hide everything above it. When the player hits the next floor, we unhide that floor, sort of thing. The other question, this actually comes down to design choice. It comes down to the game design and world building. Do we change it so that we have, at most, 2 or 3 story buildings? So ground floor and first floor, or ground floor, first floor, second floor, and have that as the tallest a building can be, because the rest of the building's being destroyed. The rest of the building's being destroyed from warfare because it's a pre-apocalyptic state. There's war going on. Governments have collapsed and stuff. So, like, do we go for that type of scenario? And have it like, oh yeah, they decided to pull down all buildings over a certain height because they're too dangerous otherwise. Raycast versus detect collision versus modulate. I think modulate and detect collision would be good if you don't want to use raycast. Well, raycast is easy enough. It's basically just raycasting once from the center of the screen to the player, and whatever's in the way gets hidden. Like, we just modulate whatever's in the way towards 0 over a certain amount of time, or towards like 5% of its visibility over time. But at the same time, if I was to modulate if I go in here, there is no way to modulate its visibility. Okay. Not all at once. I would have to access every material on here. So it would be a matter of when we hit a floor, it would be, we'd hide these floors, sort of thing. We just hide them straight off. It's kind of why I was leaning towards shader stuff. But shader stuff can be complex. What up, Wolf? You are late. Went to sleep, see me on. I just left my phone farming points. May everyone have an excellent night or day. Have a good night, H-Ives. Why didn't it send? That wasn't finished. Or why did it send? It wasn't finished. I don't know.
There's a spider and I'm naming him Dave. Spider Dave, you better behave, aka set fire to the house.
That's fair. Any house that has a spider, just burn it. It's the only true way to take care of spiders. If anyone wants free TTS, give it to them. There's no problem. If anyone wants free TTS, go for it. Can you 3D model in Godot? Not out of the box. So you can do simple things. So, you can add a mesh instance, and you've got these basic primitive shapes that you can use. But you can program something so that you can create 3D models and save them as an array mesh, which saves all of the vertice points. So it is possible to do that. You'll notice that, where are we? If we go into building, we go into meshes, all of these are an array mesh, and these have been imported from Blender, because they don't conform to like a standard square or circle or sphere or anything like that. So it saves them as an array mesh where it's like, all right, we have a vertice here, we have a vertice here, we have a vertice here and here, as well as these two vertices, as well as these vertices, and it kind of puts them all how they should be. But yeah, it's not something out of the box that you would do. You would have to you'd have to build a program that would allow you to do that stuff. You can generate that stuff via script. Haven't slept much. I did a 27-hour all-nighter to complete my jam game before the deadline, and I only went to sleep for 3 hours. Not sure what's going on. God damn. That's commitment. Do you want to share your game, Wolf? I was like, I'm more than happy to see what you do. UI draft my PvZ inspired tower defense game. The initial character select. Not sure about the cards for the towers and enemies though. A card's a good way of showing the information. Fox. It's very standard. Like, the other thing you could do, a card's just very clean though. because it allows you to put them somewhere else on screen to be used later, like in-game. Unless you wanted to create just like a sprite that handled it, and the sprite has like the values for that character. But yeah, like cards are a very good implementation to show that kind of detail. Let's see. Ended up in a bit of a mess, but it's playable, I guess. Did a WebGL build for it. You can play it if you want. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Is there noise? And if so, how loud is it? Dungeon Crawler 2025. Started a bit late. Not figured out what time of game to create for me days. Finally decided on what became this game. Dungeon of Dreams 2. Why 2? You legend, Wolf. You legend. I love it. You don't start everything off at 100% volume. That's so good. So good. So good. Okay, so it's... Right click. How do I place the bomb? I don't think I can. Oh, hang on. Do I have to be back here? Ah. I gotcha. I figured it out. This is a nice dungeon game. This is very nice. Give me that key. There we go. Excellent. I'm gonna crush the big bad in this game. Big bad isn't gonna know what hit him. They're gonna see me, and it's gonna be too late. I also like the gems. Reminds me of Sonic. There we go. Beautiful. Ooh. Spooky is fun. The walking through halls and opening doors reminds me of Spooky Jump Scare Mansion. I mean, just you wait. Just you wait until the spooky jump scare comes out. Okay. Getting everything. I think I'm gonna win your game. Get that. Oh yeah. Final level. Oops. Where did I just go? Whoops. Did I go all the way back to the start? I totally didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to do that. Ooh. Hello. That's cool. Nice little map mechanic. Remember where I need to go for the next time I do that silly little mistake. Like the map, it's good layout. It's enough to keep me confused without making me feel lost. It was this way we went. I gotta get these. What are the coins used for? Anything in particular? Jeepers. This boss has some health. Ow. Well, I'm screwed. Yep. Yeah, those bombs don't do nearly enough, I don't think. They take like 2% of its health each time. That's tough. That's difficult. Revive? Nah. I'd get destroyed again. I think I'd get destroyed again and again and again. That's a good game though. I do like that. Nice little dungeon crawler type thing. Very well done, Wolf. I love it. No worries. Thank you for making it. Thank you for making the game in the first place. I want to get rid of that. Get rid of that. That the SFX isn't working. Might work on the PC version. It probably will. Was made with Unity? It could be that it just wasn't including the thing for export value. So I need to figure out what we're doing with this. Because I know with Godot, when you do a web build, if the resource isn't referenced by something, it doesn't get included in the export. Like if it's not a preload or a load, or if it's not in an export field or something like that, it doesn't get exported for some reason. I've tried to figure it out, but I can't. I just haven't been able to. I'm probably doing something wrong, to be honest. But yeah, as I said, haven't been able to figure it out. So what I need to do. I think I've already set up these. So they've got the collision of 13, which is X-ray. So if I have this raycast every visual frame, so every process. Where's process? Process. There it is. What we want to do is raycast to, well, actually, X-ray raycast. So we're going to do the X-ray raycast down here each time. This will create a... Well, it won't create a space state. But we will do get world 3D direct space states. We will have... Well, we have the space state. We need to create the query. We want to translate the world position into 3D. So we need to get the center of the screen. So if we go size... Actually, I wonder if... I do wonder if we set this to just be our 1280, or no, not 1280, our 1080p size, because I'm hoping to have it just scale. So if we do, well, actually, yeah, so you see how everything scales. Everything scales up and just stays the same sort of thing. It's not... Yeah. So if I do... So we want to get the camera position, which will be our origin. So we go query will be this ray query parameters 3D. Create from camera world position to layer or to self coil position. Collision mask is going to be constants. It's not going to be player layer. It's going to be const X-ray layer. Now it's 13, 16, 15, 14, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Beautiful. If anyone doesn't like that I'm doing it that way, gonna have a bad time, because I do that all the time. What, Macquarie? Result is a dictionary. It's going to be... What is it? Oh my god, I've completely forgotten. Where's the raycast? Space intersect array, that's it. Keep this common, so we go space intersect ray. Now, I'm gonna go query, but this is going to just do it once. G'day, Macquarie. What am I screaming about? Were you talking about tabbing the parameters? No. So for my physics layer stuff, so this X-ray layer, it needs to be, we have a look here, needs to be an int, which is like a hex value or a bit value or an integer number, that type of thing. So I could set this to be 4096. I could set it to be 4096. But instead, what I do is I set it to the bit value. the binary value. So you have layer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So that's layer 13. And I say that's on. And this entire thing gets converted to 4096. G'day TK, how are you doing? How's your lovely face? Oh, it's got to be close to lunchtime. I can feel my stomach starting to have a fit. Yeah, we're 15 minutes out. Nice. Love it. So from here, we raycast, we get the results. I understand why anyone would get mad about that. Because if you don't understand how the binary value works, like you could represent it as a hex value too. Like, so if I wanted it to be, if I wanted to represent it as a hex value, it would be a matter of, so if you wanted this one to be a hex value, you'd do OX02. Because that second value is value of 2. If you want it to be the first value, you do it as that. If you want it to be the third layer, so if I wanted this one, which is the layer number, to be represented as a hex value, it would be represented as 04, because 1, 2, 4. The third layer number has a value of 4. That type of thing. So you can do it as hex, you can do it as binary, you can do it as a flat int, like this could just be 4096. That's a lot easier for some people to read than that. Big stinky lurker earlier. I didn't call you that, okay? I didn't call you that. Alright? What I called you was... What I said was, be afraid, for Bucky now lurks. Alright? It was Sammy. Sammy is who we called a big stinky lurker. A big smelly lurker, actually. How's it going? It's going good, TK. How are you doing? No, I heard you. For all I know, I could have actually said that, and I've just completely forgotten. It was like 40 minutes ago.
I poofed my pants, thank you.
I don't need to know, McCory. I don't need to know. Just... It's a recurring problem with you, McCory. I think you need to get some adult diapers. No problem. Like, it's... I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying, if it's a consistent thing, there are products out there to help you with that. Exhausted, long day, bed soon. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. The holidays are a time for relaxing. But you know,
like my pants, thank you.
why is everyone in my chat pooping themselves? Stop it. But yeah, it doesn't feel like it. It doesn't feel like it with the holidays.
I poofed my pants, thank you.
Everyone has had a really horrible Easter lunch by the sounds of things. Curious, you're late. Yes, you are. That's okay. I forgive you for that.
What the is this piece of...
These are bit values to confuse the shit out of people. But yeah, like, the holidays, they're like, oh yes, people get to relax over the holidays and stuff. And it's like, the people that say they get...
my pants, thank you.
The people that say they get to relax over the holidays, those are the people that aren't prepping for the holidays. They're not the ones that have to clean up after the holiday lunch. that family has attended. They're not the ones that are preparing the food for the holiday lunch. They're the ones that are just showing up, eating everything, and going home. Relaxing time. Like, for me, if I go to a holiday thing with family and such, I'm generally traveling for at least 2 hours one direction and then 2 hours back. So my day is at minimum 5 hours of travel, because there's the travel into the CBD to get to the train station so that I can catch the 2-hour train out and then doing that in reverse. That's just a nightmare. I could get a car and just make it like an hour and a half, but then I've got to pay for petrol, I've got to pay for registration every year, I've got to pay for car insurance, I have to use the car more than once a year because otherwise it's just going to deteriorate throughout the year. You know? Gotta take a 2-minute nap, that was nice. 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 That 2-minute nap would have been the best. That would have been the best. I also did. Nice. I wonder if they have... No, they don't have a do-while. I wonder. This is a perfect example of when you need a do-while loop. They have a for loop. They have a while loop. But they don't have a do-while loop. Essentially, I need to do this. I'm going to return dictionary. And we're going to go... Turn that. And go... X-ray results dictionary is X-ray raycast. We go while X-ray the size is greater than 0. While X-ray has collider, we can do another X-ray result as this. Then we can say X-ray results collider visible false. So do that sort of thing. We go print. Actually, no, I don't need to do that. Ooh, does the raycast hit something that's hidden? Because the collider's still active. Difficult. Also did, but I'm back, sadly. Just played my game in the WebGL version, and it works on my computer. May it be a Unix thing? Could be. What browser were you using? Were you using Chrome as well? Firefox? Right, I was playing it in Chrome, so it could be a Chrome issue. Give it a try on Chrome and see what happens, Wolf. Hijack a for loop or while loop. I mean, I just need to... I need the raycast to collide with everything between the camera and the player that has the X-ray layer. I wonder what intersect shape. Checks the intersection of a shape given through that object against the space. The intersected shapes are returned in an array containing dictionaries with following fields. That's the shape itself. Okay. Pizza's hard work. I can imagine. How many pizzas did you make? 7? Six and counting. Ha! Ha ha! I just threw 7 out as a random number. Come on. Jeez. That was perfect. Crushed it. I've got enough ingredients for like 20 more, I think. Nice. 20 more pieces. So you did say you were making food for the next 2 weeks, right? You're looking at having like 1.5 pizzas a day? God damn, Atticus loves their pizza. Atticus is the type of person, based on this, where pizza is their personality, by the sounds of it. Type of person where, like, you sit down and it's like, tell us 3 things about yourself. Well, I own a property, I like to program, and I love pizza. I think I'll make 10. I think I'll make 10, then use the rest for Hot Pockets. Nice. Just doing the 1. Base is rising nicely. Beautiful. Beautiful. Talking about that, gotta go eat, BRB. Yeah, I've got like 6 minutes until I'm gonna get some food. Hanging out for it. Hot Pocket? Hot Pocket or Pot Hocket? Ha ha ha. I don't know what that is, so don't ask. I think we want this physics shape. So... shape. No, you don't need to return shit. No. We're learning layers and dynamically placing an object over the matching tile in Love 2D. It is interesting. That does sound interesting. It sounds very interesting. Being in the kitchen with the oven and toaster oven isn't helping. Oof. Yeah. Yeah, probably. Make sure you drink some water, open some windows, make sure you get out of the oven every now and then. Or out of the kitchen, which by the sounds of it is currently an oven. 8 PM, not staying up to 2 AM. That's fair. Turned off the propane oven. Yeah, nice. Propane. Jeez. First thing I thought of then was King of the Hill. No ventilation. I think it's bad to use. Yeah, probably. Probably. That does sound bad. That's sounds very bad. Oh, whoops. Query. Collide with bodies. True. Query. Collision mask. Is that shape? This is gonna be the interesting thing. We need to create a shape for it. That's gonna be using the camera stuff. Sounds like hypnotic foods. I mean, hypnotic games. If I'm cooking with things like kangaroo and stuff like that, that can count because kangaroo is a gamey meat. Who would have thought the title Hypnotic Games could be used for so many different things? You cook kangaroo? Yeah. Yeah. Kangaroo is nice. Kangaroo's Australian deer. I found out recently that Australia actually has white-tailed deer. Ah, tasty. Tasty, tasty water. Okay, so we need to create a shape now. What do we have? Right, but I bet the kangaroos outnumber them. Yes, they do. They do. Tasty, tasty water. More water. I actually haven't had that much water today, so thank you.
Organs, please.
They're a bit dehydrated at the moment. Wait for them to get moist, and then you can have the organs. Alright. Thinking of all the kangaroo and deer that have fucked up cars. Yeah, kangaroos have done more than just mess up cars. Like, probably do that. It's coming in. All right. Let's throw these words up for yous. I need to get myself some lunch. So we're going to level 8. All right. Going to level 8. Toon. Loon. Root. Colon. Nice. Nice. Loot. That's not how you spell crouton. Oops. Typing in the wrong spots there. Alright, I'm going to BRB. I will grab some food and I'll be back in a couple minutes. I will see you shortly. Alrighty. I'm back to Fox. We'll keep words going while I eat.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay!
Nicely done, Aaron. Absolutely crushed it. Yeah, we've got giant, Nat, G-N-A-T. Knit, A-N-I-T. Yep, gate. Nice. Jesus Christ. You're finishing these too quick. Too quick. Ooh, level 17. So what's going to happen here, it's going to be minimum of 5 words. Minimum of 5 letters. Right? Minimum of 5 letters. Lear. Beer. Yep, Liz. Rebels. Alright. Lunch has been finished. H is probably no. Is H is fake? Okay. Do we know what the hidden letter is? H is fake, we think. Laser. M. Resemble. Embers. Ember. Almost. That's alright. Bucky did real good. Same with Aaron. 128 and 112. Alright. Next ad break, we'll try again. One thing I'm going to do today, so once we have finished getting this implemented, and the raycast is detecting the flaws and hiding them, What we will do is work there as well. Might be a problem with Unix. Could be. What we'll do once this is done, we'll start to get NeoVim working with GD script. Set up the LSP, set up the DAP and all of that, so we have debugger in NeoVim. I think showing people how to do that will be very good. Let's just hope Cavino's still here paying attention so that Cavino can set it up too. Is this going to be a Rickroll goose? Oh, I don't trust you. Yeah, I'll put that one on. Please. The music that we're listening to is Chillhop. VLAC editors are the worst. For people that don't know how to use them, yeah. That's fair. I like Nano, but everything else is terrible. Nano is shite. I hate Nano. I hate Nano. Oh, damn it. Today, I'm just being annoyed by everything around my neck. There we go. That feels better. So we need to create this shape. There we go. Shape. Okay.
It is Seagull. Stop it now. If you don't trust me, someone else can.
Go for it. Good night, Ryan. Have a good sleep. We'll catch you tomorrow. Raycast shape. So this raycast shape, points is an array. We need it to be from the camera position. Relative to the camera. So the camera's global position. There's pizza in Discord food channel. Ooh, let me see. That's some thick pizza. That is some thick pizza. That's like a pizza roll. It looks delicious. I love it. I want a pizza roll now. The dough is flavored like focaccia. Stop it, Atticus. Stop it. I'm not ordering pizza halfway through my stream, alright? It's not happening. It might happen at this rate. Glow position minus glow position. Just had lunch and you're making me hungry. You know what I can do? I can do this real easy, like. Do this as a collision shape. Actually, no, not under here. Not collision polygon. What up, Prosto? How are you doing? G'day, you good dunce. I lied, there's 5, not 6. I thought I had another in the oven. Thought you had another bun in the oven. I just had lunch now, make me hungry. That's definitely a raccoon. A rack attack. How have you been, Prosto? Pizza stream? Oh. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. Pizza stream. Let's go 8. -8. -3. Alive, annoyed, yelled by drunk idiot, and some more. I'm alive. I'm not annoyed. I wasn't yelled at by a drunk idiot. I'm doing good. Hello, Curious. How are you doing? Making me want one, but it's 3 AM, so nowhere is open. Yep. 10-hour pizza stream would kill me. Better than mine. I hope your day gets better. Day/night. Don't let the drunk person ruin your time. That's what I say. -8, -4, -43. Maybe that should be -3. That should be +8. Look at that, a raccoon with thumbs. Oh. And Symbol's here. G'day, Symbol. How are you? That's pretty close. Cats. Cats doing cats things. Do you have cats? I don't have cats. I don't have any pets. I do want to get a dog, but I don't, like, I'm in an apartment, so getting a dog's not really worth, like, can't really do it. What we're working on is this game here, and brief overview in chat. And it's this. So we get a little drone, equip it, goes out and flies around and follows us around. We've got this building here. You can't reach me because I don't have navigation mesh outside of there. What we're working on at the moment is when you enter a building, it hides. It hides the building so that you can see in, that kind of stuff. Tried to follow you on Twitch. It keeps coming up with need to have a cell number, which I've tried to add, but nothing happens. Shouldn't need to do that. I disabled that yesterday. Oh, that was chat verification. Right. Let me see. Okay, you should be good now. You should be good. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Now that you are a Gedunt, you know what you get to do? You get to introduce yourself to people as a Gedunt. So the next time you're applying for a property, like a rental or to purchase or something, first thing you say is, "G'day, I'm a Gedunt." And then you wait for their response. And then you proceed. Alright? It is a great icebreaker. You will definitely get the property if you introduce yourself like that. Alright? May or may not actually get the property. That's subject to the person you're speaking to. But yeah, it works. Totally. Like Stell's game. Who's Stell? May have overshot more than I thought. What? With the pizza? I mean, yeah. I just had a quarter of one, and it's a meal unto itself. Yeah. Like, the bread would take a lot. I probably do want that going down. Probably not that far down. Does UI scale a graphics setting? Or better to make a tab for UI settings? Probably create a tab for the UI settings. It depends on what level of support you want to go for. If you want to be able to support anything like provide accessibility to anyone type of thing. Provide a tab for them to like edit that stuff themselves, so they can set it to however they need it to be. But if it's not doing that, you don't need to worry too much. Just can't decide how to group settings. For the UI stuff, you can probably set that under graphics. So under graphics, you could have like a text size, that type of stuff. What you can also check out, check out the game UI database. And you can go to things like setting options, and there's a display option. And the display option will have things like resolution, upscaling, FPS, all that kind of stuff. But as you go through, you'll see there's like gamma and brightness stuff. You'll see there's resolution scale, so whether it's scaling up or not. You've got the screen type. You'll have you'd put all of your stuff into here. Like under here, they've got a ton of different stuff like vignetting and color adjustments and all that. So you'd put your UI settings in here as well. So yeah, there's display settings, and then there's graphic settings, and the two are generally separated out. As a New Zealander, totally get the Gadump thing. Yep, that's nice UI. That's yours. No, this is from Game UI database. This is a database that has a bunch of UIs from other games. So you can use it to go, all right, let's have a look at what dialogue and speech UI looks like in other games. And you can filter the UI style and all that. So you look at pixel art for dialogue, and you can kind of get an idea of how other games have implemented this type of stuff, so that you can figure out how you want to put stuff together. I'm gonna yoink that database. I mean, yoink the database all you want. You're just gonna get a bunch of screenshots. That's but yeah, it allows you to, you can have, what does dialogue in pirate-themed games look like? They've got all the different games that are pirate-themed with their dialogue screens. So you can find a game that has a similar theme to your game and be like, all right, so this is the general style that people making these games go with for their dialogue. So I'll keep mine similar to that, so that people playing these games like aren't put off by the UI being completely different. It's good to have your UI stand out and be unique, but you don't want to change things so much that people don't know where stuff is. It's like if you make a website, but you have the hamburger menu start in the bottom right corner of the window. No one's gonna look there for your hamburger menu. What? So people won't like that. They'll be put off using your site because of that. So it's stuff like that you got to keep in mind. There's general conventions that you stick to. Having similar design patterns and trends, exactly. I've been working a bit of UI gameplay. Nice. Setting up inventory, toolbar, equipment, crafting systems for your RPG tycoonish game. Very nice. Kind of why everyone uses Bootstrap so much. I know. Yeah. I definitely prefer to use my own stuff. That's right, I was creating this so that I could just have my raycast shape. I don't need it to be this big though. I can go like 2, 2. It's too big. I think all that related to text and scaling UI and similar goes into display then. Yeah, you'd group it all into display, and then graphics you would do, you know, texture quality, bloom, camera bob if it's a first person camera and you have like the head bob with it, that type of stuff would go into gameplay. Or graphics. Speaking of hamburger menu, that reminds me of the old hamburger Atari game. I completely forgot about the display world. Yep.
Poopity poopy poo, I am going to eat your shoe.
No, you're not. I'm a floating head with hands. I have no shoes. So, take that. Fuck it. -1, 1. -1, -1. 1, -1.
I will gift you shoes. They will be light up Spider-Man shoes.
Lies. Lies and slander. Need to go to my PO box this week. It's your face. That's what this is. So you shouldn't talk about your face like that, Vongo. Very mean. It's not healthy. Talking about yourself like that. Jesus. Come on. I need to send you gifts like light up Spider-Man shoes. No, never. Will never happen. So I reckon if we take these 8 points, if we copy those, we go, no, fine. Vector 3, 1, 1. 0. Go. Negative. Then we do vector 3, 1, 3, -46.5, I think it is. No, 46. You'll be -1. And these are 46 even as well. It's just a 1 instead of a 3. Okay, so if we do that, delete you. Let's go for result. Well, actually, let's print results size. If result size greater than 0, we can print debug results. Oops. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that this is actually hitting the walls. No, it's not. No, it's not. Probably because I'm not calling it at all. That's might help if I call the function. Nope. Still not hitting it. Alright. So... It stopped for the moment. What? I think your hard drive may be dying. Are you there, function? What about your Cavino body pillowcase you won? Oh yeah! Cavino still needs to give me that, doesn't he? Huh. Huh. Cavino, are you there? Because I want to know. Ah, you're gonna make one. Right. Well, once it's made, let me know. Once it's made, let me know. I'll tell you where you can post it at that point. 3D convex polyhedron shape used for physics. I'll be an array mesh. Change the type. Collision shape. Also going to go raycast shape. I'm going to turn on visible collisions. I'm going to set this thing's collision to be that. Should stand out. Okay, so you can see how we can't actually see that collision shape. That collision shape is not visible. Huh. 8. 1, 1. Negative 1, 1. Negative 1, negative 1. 1, negative 1. Then 1, 3, negative 46. Negative 1, 3, negative 46. Negative 1, 1, negative 46. And 1, 1, negative 46. Save this. Under player. Raycast. Shape. Let's preload this. Gonna be a shape 3D. Reload. Where are we? Characters, player, raycast, shape. That thing. Where's my body? I sold it to science. True story. Microsoft is 50 years old. Yep. Microsoft is going through its midlife crisis. Thanks for the stream. Gotta go to sleep. Fair enough, Hypnotic. Have a good sleep. Enjoy your night. Collides with bodies. Collides with collision mask. Has a shape. Why is that not working? Who wasn't playing City Skylines a while ago, making each other drink poo or something? Who was that? Was that you, Curious? I think it was Naturally Curious. I mean, I was playing it. And you had the sewerage system go into the town's water supply. Like a fool. Oh, that's why things are weird. Give me 2 seconds. Water pumps and sewage pumps are a little too close. Fair enough. There we go. That feels so much better. Feels so much better. Alright. Where is this? So, it's not colliding. So there's something wrong with that shape. Huh. I wonder if it's the X-ray layer. Yeah, no, it's still not. That. No good at planning ahead, apparently. That's true. Just can't figure out how to lay out roads such that traffic doesn't get ridiculous. Grids. A grid. That's how you do it. Why? What if we have a shape cast? We do that. Max results 32, sure. We're probably not even going to hit that. We probably reduce that down to like 16 or something. Wide with bodies. Do that. Okay, so if we do that, get rid of you. Let's go camera shape cast. Is colliding. Provides direct access to the physics space. It's used to do queries against objects and areas residing in a given space. Intersect point. Intersect ray. Intersect shape. Returns whether any object is intersecting with the shape's vector. Get collision count. Get collision count. Print debug this. 20 minutes to a 1.0 gigabyte update. Gee, 1.8 gigabyte update. God damn. That's a lot. How do I access? Shape casting is more computationally expensive than ray casting. It is. Shapecast allows to detect collision objects by sweeping state. Actually, maybe that isn't what I want. Because I can see how that would become a problem. So let's go back to our previous idea. So we need to go intersected, an array of node 3Ds. I hate programming. I cannot break out of the perfectionist mindset, and it's killing me. It's a recursive problem, and my mental stack is about to overflow, and it's making me hate programming. Calm down, Curious. Just get something working, and then move on to something else. Just doesn't matter if it's perfect. If it works, move on. If it works for now, move on. Eventually, you will get over it. Intersected, append, throw results, collider, exclude. My brain is just broken. I keep losing track of where and how things are implemented and how the system works. Oh, that'll happen. That'll happen. Documentation's what you need by the sounds of it. Make side project or something. God, many I give up on because I don't remember what I've done or how I've done it, or how to use it. Yeah, documentation. That's going to be a big thing. I'm new to programming. It hurts my brain, but trying my best to learn. Yeah, the only way you'll learn is by doing. Like, there's no shortcuts, unfortunately. You gotta push through it. So we need to go rid. And this should be... This is going to return a collider ID, or the intersecting objects rid. So we want to go rid. Pretty sure. I think that's right. Yeah, read. Perfect. Let me do exclude. Now let's see what happens if we do it this way. Oh snap, look at that. It hit him. Bam. Bam. I guess probably wouldn't be from the camera. It would be from the player. Ooh, okay. What I'm going to do, I need to BRB for a few minutes for a special occasion. So I'm going to throw these words up for you. We got ads coming in about 5 minutes. So you'll be able to enjoy the ads. Yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes. Nicely done, you dunce. Let's keep this going with one more round before the ads finish. I also have like 35 push-ups to do, so I'm gonna get those done. Oh. That's an effort.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. That requires a H. Damn. Hey, Eurus. There we go. That's apparently a word. Alright. Oh, those push-ups. Really starting to drain me. Alright. Push that off. Back into it. Here we go. Let's see. So what we need to do... need that. And we need to go global position plus vector 3 up by 20. And then we just say that we're not going to have any building higher than 3 stories or something like that. And if it is higher than that, then it's like a damaged roof. But the problem with that, it's not going to work when the player's behind the building. Yeah, so we do that. It's a hoodie. That's what's making your head float. Nah. See, it doesn't solve this issue though. Tight long sleeve. So unless we raycast from the top of the screen, the bottom of the like top of the screen, player, and there. Exactly. Floating heads are normal in Australia. Tell us your secrets? No. I mean, I've already told people hundreds of times how this happens. Alright, so I was starving. I was extremely malnourished. The doctors said the only way to save me was to get rid of my body. And I was like, but I'm a programmer. What about my hands? And they're like, well, you can keep your hands. Like, we can do that. But everything else has to go. Alright? And then they're like, we have this new tech. Alright? It's being done by, like, in secret by the government. Technically, I'm not supposed to be talking about it. And it allows you to stay active and control your hands. Like, remotely. And your head controls it all. Like, your brain controls it all. And you can hovertate. You can hover and levitate kind of thing. Because of the devices that are on the back of the wrist. You can't see it, but on the back of the wrist and underneath my neck here. Yeah. You don't want to know, Vongo. You don't want to know. Hovertate. You know it, Atticus. You know it. Hovertate. You don't want to know, Vongo. Who told you that? Andrew Tate or Levitate? Neither. Hovertate. The less known, less problematic one. It does that. This is tough. What we need to do... Why do you push-ups so easy? I mean, you tried doing push-ups with no muscle. Huh? You know, Hoovers suck. That's true. Hoover takes Andrew's nickname in prison. God damn. Results. Array of dictionary. We're going to go return results. We go result, which is a dictionary. I've seen updates from the course case Romania. No idea. Don't really care. Don't really care. Never gonna meet him. Never gonna speak to him. So, couldn't give a shit what happens to him. It's very simple. Very straightforward. Much like everything. Here we need to go if result has collider, we can go results append result. Then we do a similar thing. What up, Micah? That's right. That's right. A while loop. A while loop. Micah or Mika? I don't know. One of the two. They're both spelled so similarly. What's up? I think someone a group where a civil case started in the UK too. Probably. Probably. 2. Fuck. What order did I say it in? I know I said both, but I forget which one I said first. I think it was Mika. Mika, yeah, cool. I was like, hang on. My brain works well. Mm-hmm. Cannot proceed trial due to legal and procedural irregularities. Yeah. Eh. Alright, so we need to also have a camera query, which is pretty much the exact same goddamn thing. But this is camera global position and just player's global position. Whoops. Like so. Exclude is the result, appends the result grid. Why? Oh, because I can't spell. That's why. So we do that. But it's going to be size is greater than 0. I suppose I could possibly change this. No, can't. There's some way to do it. I forget about it. Maybe if. Nah, it's going to be a large loop. Because there can be multiple things that get collided with. Nah, because we need to make the raycast, see if there's something that we're hitting. If there is something we're hitting, then we need to disable it, like turn it off visually so that we can still see the player. And then we need to raycast again because there could be something else behind that initial collision that also needs to be turned off. So we need to keep looping. In here, we do need to do for results as a dictionary in results, and then we do this becomes results, and you become result, and that will be X-ray results, like so. So we keep doing that until there's no more things between me and the camera. What about Ask ChatGPT? ChatGPT is shit and wouldn't understand what I'm trying to do. See? Easy. Easy. Now if we rerun it and we go behind now, so if I go behind the building, okay, now we need to get that corrected. So we need it to raycast and correctly hit that. I know what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. We need to go result is space intersect ray camera query, and if the result has collider, then we do results append result. There we are. We weren't actually raycasting from the camera. So now when we go behind, see how it's turning those off? So you can still see the player. Perfect. It's not, it just sucks at code. I mean, it sucks at everything. So now that we have it do that, what's the next step? It needs to... needs to be a link to them. No, it doesn't. You just suck at telling it what you want. I mean, if you wanna just use ChatGPT to do everything for you and never actually know how to do anything, go for it. So you need forced update of Raycast. No, not forced update of Raycast. Not at all. So you have ChatGPT vibe codes more than I do. What you have in this situation here is you've got a building made up of multiple floors. Alright? When the player goes into the building, we raycast up from the player. And when we raycast up, the raycast gets the first intersection. Even though there's 10 stories. Okay, so it gets the first intersection. And we go, alright, we need to disable that floor so that we can see the player. There we go. Now we need to do another raycast and see if there's another floor above that we need to turn off. And we keep doing that until there's nothing left above the player. And the camera can see the player. So the other thing we can do, there's another one, which is shapecast. But doing a shapecast is much more computationally intensive because you give it a shape and it sweeps that shape rather than just doing like a direction, like one raycast and finding everything that's colliding with it. It's raycasting across a shape and finding everything colliding with that shape. So that's a lot more computationally expensive. So yeah, and the way we do that is we raycast up first and we go, all right, if we have a result, then we need to disable them and then we need to raycast again. So that's why it's a while loop. Now, this is just the start of our solutioning. It's the very start of our solutioning. There's nothing to say that this is going to be the final product. This is just to get something working that we can then refactor and revise as we go. ChatGPT is not very good since I'm not very good at programming and have asked ChatGPT for help before. Have realized it sucks since it doesn't actually help you learn. Exactly. It doesn't help you learn. It just does the job for you. So ChatGPT should be used as a tool to cross-check something, see if it gives you a different result, or to get information from documentation. So you would say, hey, ChatGPT, what is it like? How do I use a navigation agent in Godot? What is the purpose of the navigation agent in Godot? And then ChatGPT will tell you what the purpose of a navigation agent is in Godot. However, you can just go here and read that information. You shouldn't ask ChatGPT to write the code to move an NPC using a navigation agent. Because if you do that, you still don't know how to do that. And when this inevitably breaks because ChatGPT's code is buggy, you're gonna have no idea how to fix it. And yeah, the issue with the LLMs is their training data is outdated after a couple of months. So, like, if you ask ChatGPT something, it's gonna have training data maybe up to Godot 4.2, maybe. But a lot of things have changed in Godot 4.3 and 4.4. Things have been deprecated since then. So it's probably not going to give you something that will work with the latest version of stuff. So, yeah. Problems arise very quickly. I'm just wondering. ChatGPT still gives me stuff used in Godot 3, so not very useful. Yeah, exactly. Because it's just referencing all of the training data. And there is a ton of data out there for Godot 4.3 and 4.4. It doesn't differentiate between the two when it's telling you stuff. If you change while on...
I am making a profit on the city skyline and not poisoning them.
Congrats, Goose. If you change while on if, it will not work. Oh no, because then that's just going to do one loop. So if I change this to an if, it's going to raycast up, find something, and then it will raycast up again. But after this continues on down here. This goes straight through down here. It doesn't go back up to the if statement. So nothing happens with the second or the third or the fourth or the fifth thing that we need to turn off. So that's why we have it as a while loop. So the while loop will keep going until there's nothing left to turn off. And this here, we don't need it to... Like, it's going to go for at most 5 loops. Because that's just part of our design, our level design.
I played a little bit of Skylines earlier. I also managed to not make them drink poop. I expanded to a 50 to 50k population and one of the districts became gridlocked.
So you've gone from bad plumbing, like bad water direction, to bad traffic direction. It sounds like you just need to learn fluid dynamics, because all of this stuff can be solved by referencing fluid dynamics. Good night, Symbol. Have a good one. I am thinking, though, I probably don't need to raycast up. I probably don't need it to return an array of dictionaries. I can probably... What I can probably do is return that. Has glider. What I can probably do... Takes time to learn game mechanics. That it does. We can change this to just query. You go camera global position. So we can change it back to this, but I probably want this to raycast a little bit up. Vector 3 up times 2. I want to do something like that, so that way it's raycasting a little bit above the player. That should hit the walls. The problem with that this just needs to be things in front of the player. Global position minus camera global the global position minus that normalized by 3. I think that's right. I think that's the correct order. To get direction, I'm pretty sure that's how we do it. Not walking, shooting. I could probably just do camera global position direction to that, because that'll return the normalized vector. So that pulls it back a bit. And with that pulled back a bit, that should still hide the stuff when we're behind it. And I'm thinking what we'll do is we'll set up a script on this stuff so that when I go behind here, it detects this and it hides it. But, well, it detects this, emits a signal that its parent is listening to, and it hides all of the floors. And then says shooting his back of his head instead. No. So it's just detecting this. So that floor would emit a signal that tells the building, hey, I'm turned off. All of these floors would turn off at that point, and it would just be the ground floor that's left. Inside the building, we can add some stuff that hides it and whatnot. We need that one to not turn off. But then it's, how do we exclude it? Because the collider's still visible. If we go print debug, X-ray results, collider. If we do this, even when it's turned off visually, the collider's still active. So I do this, and you can see how it's constantly finding that grid map. But again, this only works if you go behind the building. If you're above the building, so if you're up here, it's not turning it off. But that's kind of what I want, is I want, because there could be enemies like down here or something. This is going to be complicated. I'm understanding why Diablo and Path of Exile don't have large buildings. And they're kind of laid out. What a bad cop. I can be. We're coming close to a shape cast? No. No. I'm trying to come up with solutions that don't require the raycast at all. Or at most one raycast. Game mechanic trade-off. Not even technical, just choice. No, so it's... Bring it. I've been playing terrible of late. Let me go. Oh, did you just send me a challenge? Let's see. Let's go there. We'll continue the conversation in a minute. Yeah, you're not getting that line. Let's see. I can do that. Um. Okay. When shapecast, you can shapecast, but you can update it less than one time per 60 frames, and you'll get the same speed. Gonna go for a solution that doesn't involve raycasting at all. I just need to think about what it is. That's all. Or if they take, I take. If they go there, I take without punishment. If they piss off, then good. They pissed off. I don't know what your plan is. That's the secret. I don't either. Funny stuff. Funny stuff. That's certainly a move. Yep. Knew you were going to do that. That ain't happening, though. That was a good idea. Was a good idea. Ah, yeah. That too. See, again, I don't pay attention to the entire board. You're going there. Okay. There we go. Nicely done. Well played. Yeah. For some reason, my brain doesn't pay attention to the entire chessboard. There's so many times where I just don't see bishops or diagonals. Yeah. I put on the blinkers and I just ignore everything outside of like 3 pieces. So that's why I'm only like 800 rated. That was a diagonal. Yeah. Yeah. I don't see diagonals. Like my brain ignores bishops and shit. So we're not doing any shape cast, Mika. Not doing any shape cast. I'm gonna change the solution entirely. That's because you were confused by the fact that I already bonded my queen. Probably. We have to keep an eye on bishops and tricksy queens. No. I need to keep an eye on the entire board. That's what I need to do. I get too focused on what I'm doing and forget that someone else is also doing things. That's half of my issue right there. Because yeah, what we need... No, because if we did that, then everything under it wouldn't work either. Because I am thinking one of the things I'll do is we'll have a building at most this tall. So like that will be as many floors as we'll have, and we'll have like a roof on here, and that's it. That cuts down on the number of stuff we need to hide. And it kind of works with our storyline too. Like we can work in a reason as to why there's no tall buildings anymore. Like safety issues with large buildings. It could also be an issue with the camera projection. Like, could be that changing the camera projection corrects everything, or restructuring how I do. Restructuring how I do stuff. Like, if we go to a town here... Because in all of this stuff, you can enter buildings, but they're like 1 or 2 stories tall. So, for instance, you can't enter this building, and you can't get to anything behind it. But I don't really want to add that type of limitation to my stuff. That's not really what I want to do. I don't want to force that on people. But that could just be something we do as part of level design, is anything behind it you can't access. And at the same time, we probably want to change the camera. So if I'll add another camera just for testing. Because I'm not set that that camera is that like this camera here is the way to go. I'm not set on that. Let's go 8 or -65, 12, 10, 5. No, because that looks weird. What up, plates? How are you? Turn off that. You see how that stuff doesn't look stretched out? They don't look stretched out, they just look normal. Tilted frustrum effects. Yeah, they still seem elongated. Like, see how they still stretch out? Huh. Practical camera attributes. No. Physical. Okay. Looks very elongated over here. Very elongated. I set that to 20. Jesus. Head hurt, still wearing codes. Found a course that GD Quest put up. That is helping. That is helping better if I was watching the videos on YouTube. Yeah, it does that. What up, mystery? An obtuse oval-like object. I know, right? It is a true mystery. How was Marvel Rivals Now, distance between camera lens and camera aperture, measured in millimeters. Good games, nice, nice. Controls field of view and depth field. Large focal length, small field of view, narrower, larger. Okay. How's game dev? We're currently tweaking some stuff. Organs, please. Currently tweaking bits and pieces. Trying to get our camera looking proper and good. Property and the camera 3D keep aspect property. Camera will simulate Doppler effect for objects changed in particular process methods. Okay, I don't think we care about that. Okay, so I can't change you because of the camera attributes. Right. Huh. Maybe we do keep width? Yeah, you're still elongated. Yeah. Go for path of exile camera. We need no, none of this is working. Path of exile style camera. While we're messing with it, I need to change it around because it's going to play a key part in how our buildings are made and how we're hiding things obstructing the view between the camera and the player. It's going to play very important. How to make a Diablo style inventory system. Nope. Just use a navigation server, a navigation agent. Come on. Because it's not an orthographic camera, but it's not a perspective either. Unless all the models are like squished, so that when you're viewing them in perspective, they don't really change as you move. I don't think that's right though. Fellow DuckDuckGo user, you know it. You know it. Google is good if you want ads. That's about it. Isometric style. Is it isometric? No, ads incoming. Should be looking down at the player at a 45-degree angle, and the environment should be tilted at a 45-degree angle. Additionally, we changed our camera's projection to orthogonal. This came with a few important notes in order to zoom in and out. Instead of changing camera distance, change the camera size. Alright, so I think we need to tilt the environment 45 degrees. Alright, we're going to do these words and we'll come back to this after. That's what we'll do. Do the words. There we go. Side. Dine. Dines. Inside. There you go, Bucky. You're welcome for that one. Indies. Denies. Yep. Oh, there's only one E. Indies. That's what it is, yeah. We are an indie. Or we are indies, I should say. There's the ads. Alright, 39 push-ups. Yeah. Let's get these push-ups done. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. Oh. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You amazing Gedunt. Now that you're a Gedunt, you get to introduce yourself to people as a Gedunt. Sorry for being exhausted. So, the next time you're getting your car serviced, or you're speaking to a mechanic for any reason, introduce yourself as a Gedunt. Whoops. Might help if I spell it correctly. Tight. Oops. Bearer. Wearer. No, where? The other where. The other where. That one. Aware. A wearer. Yeah.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Um. A farer. Alright, let's turn these off. Nicely done, Bucky. Crushing it as usual. As usual. You fantastic speller. Oh, alright, so. Let's see what happens. I don't want camera shake or anything. Results in a diametric projection. True isometric projection, the angle of camera should be arctan 1 over square root 2, which is approximately that. I didn't know that when experimenting 45 seemed best. Doesn't really matter. Very few games actually use true isometric projection. Just wanted to point out that what most people call isometric in gaming usually isn't isometric. Oh, so you're just trying to be an actually. That's all. Isn't that some default mesh Godot comes with? Nope. Okay. So, if we have the camera at 45, we bump you down to say 7. That's going to give us this. Whereas if we have this, this is going to look very weird, but it's okay. Don't worry about it. Huh. Interesting. So you won't let me change the rotation. Huh. 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 That's not something that's going to be done. Okay. Okay. That's something we're not doing. Get better bootstraps so you can pull yourself up harder. Just be better, that's all. Jesus Christ, Sky. Stay at that. I don't like how it stretches everything out, that's all. Hmm. This is going to be interesting. So that's at negative 50. So let's have a look at this at negative 60. That kind of looks better. Because that puts us almost on top of the building. That's interesting. That could be a better position. That could be a much better camera position. Could be. I can get rid of that. Because that means if I do that, I don't need to do any of that. What did Hypno get a part-time job as a cleaner? There were too many bugs. You wanted to practice brainwashing? I don't need practice. What do you mean I need practice? You love watching my channel. You absolutely love watching my channel. It's the best channel you have ever seen. That's because it is my stare. I just need my wallpaper to actually be animated when I do that now. That's what I need. Because it's the best channel? I know. I know. Pirate who? Let's see. If I do that, then what I can do as part of the level design, I can just have it that you can't get back here. Like, you just can't get back there. So there's like a collider offset there, sort of thing. And then here you would be able to get behind, so you can get into the building. Unless we don't have a door on these sides. If we don't have a door on these sides... I dislike that, though. You didn't actually clip that, did you? So unless like we only have the entrance here and we don't have doors around the other sides, something went wrong. Failed to determine content classification. That's funny. That's funny. Twitch can't even classify my content. That's how amazing we are. Totally because you were sus. Confirmed Twitch is protecting pirate software. So if we did that, we have colliders around the back, so you can't get access to those areas. And then we have all the layout of the buildings, like on that sort of angle. We have no kind of buildings perfectly aligned with the camera. They're always like tilted with roads going off like that sort of thing. Interesting. I think I'm gonna have to do some research on that. Definitely gonna have to do some research on that. Apparently there's muted audio from yesterday. Interesting. Let's appeal it. I hate it when I get like so this song here doesn't exist in Chillhop set. This one here does, and it's being claimed against my Twitch. So this one here, I have permission from applicable rights holders to use the audio and distribute it on Twitch as part of my video. Does not contain the audio identified. Let's see if there is one. Yeah, no. Doesn't exist on this list, so we don't need to worry about it. Now we gotta appeal that. There we go. Appeal it. One song that was claimed is on this list, but I have permission. I have the thing under my video that says, hey, here's the music provided by Chillhop. But I still get claims from Chillhop being like, hey, here's this. One thing I'm thinking about doing, just to avoid all this stupid crap on YouTube with music, is recording my streams. So recording the entire 10 to 12 hour stream, and then uploading it. Like go onto YouTube, delete the live, upload the actual video, or leave the live up there and just let the claim be there and be like, whatever, like take the monetize. I don't care. Just so that we keep the watch hours, you know. And then upload the video, but I won't have the audio go to the recording. So with it not going to the recording, the uploaded video won't have Chillhop music, so I won't have false claims go against it. But the live will still be there for people to have seen. And then I can like have them play as replays or something as well. You know? Something like that. Okay, so just wondering, do we want it? I think on this rotation, this is what we want. Because it looks proper. You still lost track of me. So if we do that, you'd only be able to get like here sort of thing. And then if it's like something that's 1 story tall, we can have like an alleyway that goes down there and they can like go down the alleyway type thing. I think that's going to be the better idea. I think we just need to do our level design correctly. Yeah. That's what we're going to do. Commits projects engineered. Add commits. And we go, what? Set up building with different floors. Still need to hide floors as player progresses up. Decided to have a max building height of 3 floors and colliders to block the player going behind the buildings. That's definitely going to be a much better setup, I reckon. Much better setup. Because now we don't need to worry about raycasting when the player is, or hiding the building when the player goes behind the building. We just need to worry about handling that when the player enters the building, which the building itself can control that. The player enters the building, it hides all the floors above. And then the player goes up the stairs, hits another area, it enables that floor, turns that floor on. That's all we need to do at that point. And that'll be a much better setup. Much cleaner, much nicer. One thing I'm going to do, GD script neovim. I'm going to try and get neovim set up with GD script. That's what we're going to try and do. Fun fact, most lo-fi music isn't even lo-fi. People seem to think it's lo-fi. It's just a calm music to study to. But it's actually music with imperfections, like hissing in the back or static. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Do you use the Vim plugin in Godot IDE? I'm not using anything at the moment. What I'm looking to do is set it up so that NeoVim has a LSP and debugger. So this type of stuff. So we go NeoVim, we go Mason. Let's see, if we go down here, I believe there's a GD script LSP. No? A DAP, maybe? No? Interesting. A formatter. A GD script formatter, maybe. Yeah, GD toolkits. A set of tools for daily GD script work. What's NeoVim? It's Vim, but upgraded. Like Neo from the Matrix. I've been using a Vim add-on. It's pretty good for a few days, for a few odd things. I've been able to adjust and add stuff to the add-on easily. Nice, nice. I'm looking to set it up so that I can have a debugger, as well as LSP and formatting and whatnot. So you've got this stuff here. So you install that. We've already got that. Already got NVim DAP. So we do this, and that does a connect to the localhost 6005. Yep. Configure NVim DAP like this. Do we need GD tool script? That's the question. Debug adapter and not debugging. Synchronize breakpoints. That's the key. That's key. Vim is a text editor in Linux. Starting NeoVim, in order for Godot to redirect NeoVim to the scripts when you click them in the editor, you'll always have to start NeoVim with these arguments. And you create a custom bash script that you set to your path. Create a script called gdvim that I use when I develop with Godot. That's good. I mean, you can also have this run automatically when you start NeoVim. Like, so let's have a look at what this is. Let's have a look at this first. This project provides a set of tools for daily with GD script. At the moment, it provides a parser that produces a parse tree for debugging and educational purposes, a linter that performs static analysis according to some predefined configurations, a formatter that formats the code, and a code metrics calculator. I don't care about any of that. So, what we want to do is we want to set this up. So it sets up a Godot pipe just in the temp. And then we do a remote send, escape n, files, cr. So you can set the path to the pipe to anything you want. I set it to temp for convenience. Yeah, because you can just go through and delete anything in temp. Doesn't matter. There's carriage return there. That'll be the file name. Escape :n. Call cursor. That'll put the cursor at the line column. Do we need to set it up as an external editor? Could I not just... let's have a look. Editor settings. Debugger. Huh. Debug 6007. Debug adapter is 6006. Sync breakpoints. Language server 6005. Show native symbols in editor. That's the language server. Use thread. Don't need to worry about that. Okay. So now, let's see. We need to find out where we put the DAP stuff. Oh, not the DAP stuff, the LSP stuff. So I've forgotten where the LSP stuff goes. I'm assuming LSP config? Okay, so there's nothing specific in there. Okay, so we'd have something in here, I guess. So there is a GD script lure. Interesting. So that's already there. That already exists. That's already configured. Huh. Interesting. Yep, very interesting indeed. Configure nvim DAP like this. Nvim. Okay, so none of this is specific to the adapter. Okay. We can close that. Sorry, I just had to annoy Finn for a second. He was complaining about something and told him to use Godot. Effort, everything requires it, but I have none. This is an annoying state. Correct. Keep flicking between games, but can't find one to grab my attention. Give it 3 years, and I'll have a game released that will grab your attention. Is there anything in here for it? There's LSP config. Thanks for the lurk, Mongo. Much appreciated. Fantastic gedunt. Let's see. No specificities. I don't know where I'm putting this. That's the issue. Like, I've forgotten where this stuff goes. Completely forgotten. Nah, it doesn't go in the vimrc. There's a specific place that we put this. I've forgotten completely. It doesn't go in here. So this here, when NVim starts up, when NeoVim starts up, it will load this DAP configuration, similar to C++ DAP configuration and Rust configuration and such, and it will connect to a server on my local host on this port, which is this here. So Godot has a debug adapter. So yeah, it's basically saying on startup, connect to this and essentially like launch Godot for your stuff. Now it doesn't go in, it's not in a bash profile or anything. NeoVim has, so you can see this here, NeoVim path. We have this huge config file. So this is all the different configuration stuff for NeoVim. Bash profile is not kind of a bash profile, but spread out across about 2,500 different configs. Maybe it's under Mason. Maybe it's under here. Adapters. Here we are. Here we are. So if I cat this. If I cat this, Yeah, there we go. There we go. Local M. So what we can do NeoVim. We can go GD script Lua. Take this, pop it in here. Let's have a look. Return M. Okay. Okay, so we don't need this. What we need is local M. We do that. Down here, we return M. Executable is that. DAP configurations GD scripts. Not sure about that. So, local share NeoVim lazy Mason NVim DAP Lua Mason. God damn it. Mappings. Adapters. So what? We've got the executable here, which is a command running an executable path. What else do we have? Python. No. What up, Quake? What feature? What should a feature for my game that I'm programming be? Could be anything. I had fun with a grappling hook mechanic recently. Grappling hooks are fun to play around with. Once you get past the initial frustration of realizing that you wasted 4 hours debugging something because of a checkbox. That's Once you get past that, you're good. The game screams at you when you go off track. The further you go away from the main story or the main quest, the louder the game screams. It starts out like you're slowly going off track, and the game's just like, the further off you get, it's just like, ah. I don't know why I want that now. Why do I want that in a game? That would be perfect. That would keep people on track for doing the main story. Oh, that's funny. That is so funny. Jesus. Why do we come up with this stuff, chat? Haskell debug adapter. What is that? I don't even have that installed. Reminds me of Stanley Parable, but an increasingly annoying scream is funny. I know, right? Sounds like something that should have been in High on Life. Oh, hell yeah. So if we go open debug, so there's nothing here for that. The function exec path. NVim LSP config setup. What I'm going to do is I'm going to delete all of those. Paste. Ooh, no. D20D. Right quit. I'm going to RM that. Let's see. LS, local share, NVim. Lazy NVim, Lua, lazy, no. Okay, NVim, LSP config. There is no config scripts, but there is a script. Like, there is a scripts. Enrico, what up? How are you doing, fine sir? Oh, god damn it. Are you serious? God damn it. Twitch is making me click random buttons again. I hate it when Twitch does that. Very annoying. All right, so let's see. We have the scripts. We have the LSP config. NVim LSP config function. I don't see where to put that because there is no config in here. So unless there's something in here. Nah, there's nothing in here for it. I think maybe this is now outdated. This one could work. Very up to date. Fast check for project Godot file. Add the following to the init Lua file. I don't really want to do that. What if I do... Lazy Vim. Go for LSP server. Configuration examples. Because there's so many different ways that you can do it. There were plugins. Configuration forces. How to get Godot LSP to work and BIM LSP. Has anyone gotten the LSP to work? Let's see, Netcat, no. It's using a tree sitter install. I was pre-installed with WinVim. Big Lua. Jesus Christ. That is a lot of stuff. Okay. This is November. Oh, that's not helpful. Apparently having a job makes you late. Tired due to work. Ouch. That's unfortunate. How was work? Was it at least enjoyable? Was it at least enjoyable? NVim Lua plugins. Don't need to worry about any of that stuff. I find that it isn't properly filling the autocomplete menu, and I have to manually trigger NVCMP complete to get accurate results. That doesn't match ready until I trigger. Same issue, I don't know what does that. You put the stream on with 2 big loudspeakers so everyone hears how big of a gadunt we are. Hell yes. That's what we need. For me, this was all resolved by removing complete options in the completion table for the CMP setup so that it becomes default, like so. You're a saint. Amazing. The simplest method I've tried. Okay. So... I guess what we're gonna do... is... we're going to go into here. We're going to go into mappings, adapters. Actually, let me have a look up here first. Oh, of course. Might help if I type cat there. Oops. M Haskell. Ah, that's where all this stuff goes. Type Dart, type Godot, request launch, request. Okay. Okay, now we're making progress. Now we're making progress. So we go adapters, nvim, gd scripts, Lua. And in here, we do a local dap, which requires dap. No, actually. Local m equals. Then we do type server host 127.0.0.1 and port 6006, and we return m. Alright, so now it's similar to things like this, where we have m being the type port, and then this has an executable, this just has a host. Then we return m, and we do nvim Lua, and up here we go m gd scripts. We'll have type as Godot, request launch, name launch scene, project, workspace folder, launch scene true. So it'd be that sort of thing. And we need to go into... we've already got the LSP. If we have a look at nvim LSP, we go Lua, LSP, configs, and then cat, the GE script one. So we already have this setting up. LSP config, GD script, LSP config. Where's util used? There. Okay. Now that's doing a return. So I assume if we cap that out, that ad's coming in already? Jeepers. It comes around so fast. Alright. LSP config util async configs What up, Bong Rip? You are indeed first, aren't you? 100% that you're first. Let's throw on these words for the ad break. I hope you're ready to continue. We're going up to level 14. Yeah. As per usual. Exactly. I don't remember the last time you weren't first, Bong Rip. I do not remember. Trip. So it's not prime. There's no E. There's no B. Port. Yep. Prim. No. Port. Mert. Torp. There's the ads. Mert. Ah, D's hidden. D's hidden. Drip. M is fake. Tripod. Nice. Drop. Nice. Boom. Oh wait, import. D. Torpid. Torpid. Apparently it's a word. Apparently torpid is a word. I have to do some 31 push-ups as well for this ad break. So we'll start the next one for yous. I'll get these done so I can come back and help. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Oh, getting easier as the day goes by. Oops. O's fake. Billing.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! He. Lifting. No, lift. Gift. Gifting. No. Never mind. Ah, dang. Dang T. Dang T. Alright, let's turn those off. Get rid of those things. Let's see what we've got here. Envim. Configs. New index, deprecate. Big name. Config definition. Read from LSP config. Configs name. LSP config dot config. Let's see. There we go. Where be GD script? There it is. So it returns this. Means there has to be something somewhere calling it. Util lure. LSP config lure. Doesn't have anything. Is there an init in here? There isn't. Aliases. Hey, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Absolutely fantastic to have another Gedunt on board. We grow ever closer to our next charity stream of 1,500 followers. Looking forward to it. I gotta figure out what I'm doing for the next one too. Configs require LSP config configs. So I'm assuming that's just reading in from this name. I'm assuming it's reading in from here. So does that mean it's already set up? Like if I take this. Use external editor. locate nvim. Which nvim? Dot local bin nvim. Dot local bin nvim. That one. And then this we replace with that. No. Copy that. That's all done. Okay, so I'd have to go switch profile to this. I have to go nvim listen temp video pipe. And then in here, okay, so we don't have our autocomplete. Okay. So I think what I want to do, if I change this to something like, so this is bash. So this is going to be a bin bash, like a proper bin bash shell. So if I go bin bash, we save that. No. Okay, so it is there. Just gonna leave it at that for now. Completion. Code completion enabled. Add string name literals. If true, uses string name instead of string when appropriate for code auto completion. Node path literals. Single quotes. Colorize suggestions. Put call hints. Code complete delay. Okay. So it's this that's not working. The language server. We need to get that fixed. Need to get the language server fixed. I don't know how. If anyone has more experience with NeoVim than me, please share your words of wisdom with me. We need to get this LSP configuration working. So if we have a look at configs. So we have this set up already. This is here by default. And you can see how it's got all of this set up, connect to a port number, all that kind of stuff. But I don't think it's connecting. The debugger's connecting. Like, we know that the debugger's connecting because if I open this and I go I go over here and we click open this up, it opens it up in NVim. It opens it up in NeoVim. So we know that that's working. It's just the LSP's not working because if I do this, it's not popping up like the autocomplete stuff and whatnot that should be coming up. So it's got to be something to do. Something to do with something in here. Some configuration in here. Could it be util? Something in here maybe. No plugin install, because it's just connecting to Godot's LSP. So Godot has its own inbuilt DAP and LSP. We just have to connect to it on the port that it's listening to. But it doesn't seem like it's doing that. I know that... Where is it? I know that... Sorry, I know the external... I know that this is working. That's the only thing we have confirmed that's working, is this. I don't know... So the language server is 6005, and the adapter is 6006. We've got sync breakpoints ticked. If we have a look in... what if we have a look at this? So that's at 6005, which is the language server, the LSP. So we know that's correct. We're importing this util here. We're on the root pattern here. This is returning something. So we're gonna go up. could be the one that I'm reading through. So that's the thing. They've got this here, which isn't gonna work for my setup. This is a custom NeoVim setup. I'm using LazyVim or NVChad. So I need to hook it into NVChad's setup. Close that. This is the utils file. We have a look through here. No, it's just... Nope. Alright, so we've got the default config. So it needs to be an NVChad or a LazyVim setup. So get other matching providers. Config in pairs. That's just setting up functions for different bits. We have LSP config util and async. Vim LSP client config. That's done via like we've got that here. It's listening to this Godot pipe, and that pipe is set up with so in here. Where are we? The external. We have it here saying, serve it to this pipe here, and then we listen into this pipe file for all the stuff that it's telling us. There's just so much config stuff. So much. And so much of it's uncommented. Like NVim tree sitter and features. No, so that's if you're using your own thing, and NVim tree sitter is what you're using to install plugins and stuff. It would be something to do with the NVim LSP. NVim LSP config. Something to do with that. Because that's what LazyVim and stuff uses. Yeah, no, that's all good. Like, keep shouting stuff out. If you as you shout stuff out, I'll be able to go, oh, actually, that might work, or I can just explain to you why it won't work for this setup. Lazy Vim, Neo Vim. 2 months? No, this might have been a while back. No, so again, this is for their custom config setup. It's not for a lazy bit, like an NV Chad kind of config. It needs to be something for the NVim LSP config, because that's what we're using to configure all of our LSP, all of our language servers for different programming languages. What's in manager? Gotta be something down through here. Let's see. NeoVim, NVim, LSP. Alright, so this is the kind of thing we need, but it's a question of where does it go at this point. So we've got that stuff, we've got this stuff here. Like, we've got the configuration. Like, we already have the configuration there. We just need to figure out why that configuration file is not being read and isn't being set up to give us the information we're looking for. We've got DAP set up. I've restarted NeoVim. Yeah, I've restarted NeoVim. Well, that's the thing. Like, it's a default file. So this file exists here already. I didn't put this here. This already existed by default. So I need to figure out why this isn't being loaded by NeoVim. Or maybe it is being loaded by NeoVim and it's the DAP that's not doing it. Like, there's a disconnect somewhere in the setup. We need to track it down. I wonder if we can do like a get active clients or something. What if we do available servers? You have a error in your webcam code? I know. That's, and it's not the webcam code, it's just me. I have an error in my own code. I don't know how to fix it though. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Absolute amazing gadunt you are. I'm an error. Yes, you are curious. You are an error. But Logix, now that you are a Gedunt, you can go up to someone, anyone, and introduce yourself as a Gedunt. You don't say anything else until their response. Once you get their response, then you can continue. Need to play the lottery and win enough to never need to work. Yeah, that would be good. That would be good. Yeah. I figured that wouldn't work. Deprecated, use Vim Lisp. Vim LSP config. Check health. Adapter code LLDB. So something here by the looks of it. I'm gonna try something here. It says no active DAP sessions. Maybe it's the DAP. What are we working on? We are trying to get GD scripts to work in NeoVim. NeoVim open up when you select GD file and Godot IDE. Yes. That's what this is here. So this is building.gd, which is this file here. So it opens it up when I click on it here. And we've got this here. So we've got mgd script. Does that. And then in here, we have this, which sets up the server and such. And if we have a look at this one, see how that sets up this as well. If we have a look through here for code LDB, you can see how it sets all this stuff up as well. There's PHP as well. No idea what any of this means. It's just setting up NeoVim to be a IDE that what's it called? Godot uses. So rather than using Godot's inbuilt IDE, we use NeoVim instead. But that's the thing, like, it's supposed to work with their setup. And that's the issue. Like, it works with their setup. It doesn't necessarily work with lazy Vim or NV Chad configurations. We're making that game. Little overview in chat for you. It's gonna be a 3D action RPG, kind of like perspective similar to Diablo or Path of Exile type stuff. We're going to be releasing that game. It's going to take us a while to make it, but that is a game that we're going to release. This here, what we're doing at the moment with NeoVim configurations, this is just for learning. Yeah. That's good. Ask your questions. Ask as many questions as you like. Ask as many questions as you want. I'm all for them. Over here learning Coral. What is Coral? What is Coral? So install nvim lsp config and nvim dap. Configure GD script LSP like this. Make sure the port is set the same. See, this is the issue I have with these setups. They don't tell you where anything's supposed to go. They're just like, here's the config. It's like, that's helpful. Do you want me to put that in my root directory? Like, where the fuck is this file supposed to go? Yeah, but again, like, this is if we're using, so this is if we're using nvim lsp config on it, like, by itself. It's not necessarily set up to work with lazy vim or nv chad, because we already have, like, where was it? Under here, we already have the config file by default. This config file for GD script came with this setup by default. This was already here. We didn't add this. This existed by default. So something between this and Godot is not correct. That's what we need to try and figure out. So the config is an existing thing. It's just not being loaded for some reason, and we need to figure out why. And we also need to make sure that this is being loaded, which I'm not sure if it is being loaded. So that just does that too. And that just does a return. It doesn't do... It's doing that. I wonder... What if we just return this? No. So it's not setting that up either. So it is giving me that. Is giving me that. So it's giving me snippets. It's not giving me auto completion though. Interesting. I wonder if it is all working. I wonder if it is all working and it's just... What was it? And it's just this thing that we need to set up. From the completion table in CMP setup. Okay. Let's have a look. Yeah, nvim lazy. There's no setup in there though. Hang on there. nvim CMP Lua CMP. Is it CMP setup? Let's see if there's a CMP setup in here. Doesn't look right. So it doesn't look like it. Init. Okay, so here we go. CMP setup. Looking for completion. Doesn't exist in here. So the configs have changed since 9 months ago, by the looks of it. GD work for go to def. Probably some more manual tweaks. It's just, yeah, it's trying to figure out, like, looking through NV Chad and Lazy Vim's config setups to add something to it is ridiculously complex because they come with like 40,000 configurations already. I was like, all right, I need to add this, but where do I add it? Because there's so many different things. It's not config. It's not a init. Utils. Is there a setup? No. There is a snippet. But that's not what we want. Options. There's no completion. I wonder what options has. No, it doesn't have anything either. I imagine there's a pattern for custom one-offs where you can just add your own file and point to it or something, following the vanilla config pattern at that point. Like, you'd think so, but nothing there's nothing that points to that. Everything's always like, oh, put it in this file of this package. It's like, but that's not where, like, if I go to that, it doesn't exist because Lazy Vim doesn't have that. So like Lazy Vim doesn't use it, or NV Chad has moved it somewhere else. It would be great if there was. I feel like getting rid of NV Chad and Lazy Vim, just like completely blasting away the configuration and being like, no, you're supposed to make things easier, but you have overcomplicated things so much with your hundreds of config files. I think that goes for a lot of things, is at some point making things easier ends up making it more complex because you end up with so much custom stuff added. It's like Terraform. You have AWS, GCP, and Azure all have their own configuration formats and stuff. And then you have Terraform, which helps configure all of those with one framework. But then to use that properly, it references things in the other one. It references things in the Azure documentation. It's like, to use this, make sure you use these things from the Azure documentation stuff. Like, you put the Azure config in here to handle this specific case. It's like, well, why don't I just use the Azure? Why don't I just use their configs? Like, Like, why do we keep abstracting to the point that it's just needlessly overcomplicated? How can I trigger NVIM CMP complete? I'm going to test that out. We're going to do this. Run this. We're going to go bunk process. We're going to do NVIM. What was it? CMP complete. That's not going to do anything. How do I execute that? How do I trigger NVIM CMP? Let's see. No. Nah, it's all good. I just need to... I need to do this. I need to manually trigger this and see if it starts working. But I don't know how to manually trigger this. No. It does that. G's doing that. M's doing that. B's doing that. R's doing that. D's doing that. Doesn't look like there is anything. C space. I'm gonna have a look at NV Chad CMP complete. Now I've got to try and trap down these mappings as well. And these mappings are going to be another setup headache. Clear that. Let's see. Local share, Envim, lazy. Have a look in here. Mappings. Find files. Git commits. Reload. Nope. So it doesn't look like there's one configured for CMP. Okay, so I should be able... If I set up something like... leader... So that's DAP. Toggleable terminal. Comment. Global LSP. Let's see. Autocomplete. What do we need to do? No, not that. Not that. Actually. Yeah, no, that doesn't do anything. So... config CMP Lua. Yeah, but that's the thing. It needs to call something. So even if I... CD into lazy. Got to be something under Envim CMP. Oh, to be something under here. Ads coming in. Jeepers. Lua. Is there any mapping under here? There is a mapping. Mapping. CN. CZ. Invoke completion. So where's invoke completion? Ah, yeah. Let's get these words up. We're gonna have to restart, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to restart. And I'm gonna have to do 35 push-ups. That should help getting the last word. Or the largest word, I should say. Should help. That's it. Why did that not go through? Try V. V-E-R. Yeah, so that worked. Okay, so server isn't. Huh. Huh. Maybe it's... Oh, yeah, you gotta wait for... verse is already there. Severe. Sever. What about reverse? No, reverse won't work. Neither will reserve. What are we attempting? Trying to get autocomplete and whatnot set up for Neobim. But none of this is working. GD script DAP. Whoa, perfect. Perfect number of words. Lope. Flop. Hope. Fuel. Flu. Ah. What's the big word? Hello, Mike. Oh. Hopeful. Hopeful. That's what it is.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over! Hell yeah. Gotta love it when ads are over. Bowl. Nice. We crushed that one. Absolutely destroyed that one. Wiped it completely. Crushed. Alrighty. Put that away. So, I'm wondering... Like, there's nothing recent for Godot under any of this stuff. Yep, so we've already got all of these. So we go LSP config all. No help for that. What? What? How out of date is this then? Not out of date too. And what? Okay. So if we do that, we run this again. It still says there's no active clients. I'm definitely considering just deleting the NVChad config. Near Vim, Godot, there. Start near Vim in server mode. Yeah, no, that's... They do that. I'm curious to try NeoVim. I've been annoyed with Vim plugin in Godot IDE. Also, I keep tabbing through apps thinking I'm in a different application. Oh, my personal machine, see if I can reproduce the setup. Yeah, nice. Very nice. Godot has built a language server protocol that gives features like code completion, error highlights, and function definition lookups. First, you need to install the NeoVim LSP plugin and set it up. I'll use Vim Plug as my plugin manager. Now you can access all special features with opening GD script files. So that tells me that the LSP is not working. Even though it came with LSP, like NeoVim LSP. It's using Vim Plug though. Like, see, adapters. Let's have a look actually. Okay. We might have something here. Could probably get rid of that. Do that. We'll clear this. Set that up. Get you up here. Okay, so that doesn't do anything. Still no active sessions. Still no adapter. NeoVim for the editor. Yeah. Attempting to. But it's being very weird. Like, everything I look up. Like, no, that's if I'm using other package. Or that's if I'm writing this from scratch and I'm not using... let's have a look at source. NVim dapt package. Mason core functional. Maps NVim dap adapter name to its corresponding package name. Maybe. Hey, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You are now a brand new Gedunt, and you get to introduce yourself to the next police officer you see as a Gedunt. You just go up to them, and with a big smile on your face, you just go, "G'day, I'm a Gedunt." That's all. And then you just wait. You just wait for him to go. I have VS Code and Writer both set up, but still use good old IDE for day-to-day. Yeah. Check health. Still no DAP. Still no DAP for GD scripts. Alright, should we know? Vim and Vim configurations. So we require Mason and Vim DAP settings. This one we've got MGD scripts. We do Godot launch. So where are settings? Returns M. I don't see anywhere that this is used. Mason NVIM DAP adapt mappings adapters and file types and configurations. We've got all of that stuff configured. So I don't understand why it's not registering anything. Why? Oops. Let's have a look through this automatic setup. So, Mason core functional. So that's up one more. No. So we've confirmed all of that already. GD script has that set up, which is what we would expect. 6006 is the port for the DAP. Debug adapter 6006 is the port. So is it host that's wrong? Is host wrong, the NVIM adapter? No, host is correct, so that's all correct. That's the adapters, Godot. And that's fine because I'm just calling it GD script. So we can NVIM configurations. We see we got GD script here. m.gd script. Tab configurations. Do .gd scripts. Type. Request. On here, name. Make that a lowercase s. Like, launch scene is true. Call setup handlers. I'm not getting any of those errors or anything. So it's either correct or it's just not detecting anything at all. Ooh. Back here, those are nice sprites. I like those. Progressive base character. Nice. Nice. Good character. Looks nice and clean. Very nice. Lazy Vim GD script. This is April last year, so that's probably not going to be correct. It's like, where am I putting this? Gonna add main finger to it as well. Also planning on smoothing it out. Yeah, nice. Nice. Did it for more of a cartoon look. Might rescale to make it more stylized. We have OK first. Lure's got a new version. Update. Because there's only this. There's nothing Godot specific. I got no idea. Because the OSP came with it by default. The DAP we've set up the same way as other stuff. But it's not detecting anything when it comes to the DAP. So I'm assuming there's something wrong with like this stuff. But if we cat GD script as well as what? Delve. So like instead of an executable, we provide it with a host port. Or Kotlin. Like that's an executable type instead of server. Dart. It's an executable. Erlang, executable. PHP, executable. And it's all exec path stuff. Now we have seen that PHP debug adapter elsewhere. Hey, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. I hope you're having a fantastic day. You are now a gedunt. There it is right there, PHP debugger. And being a gedunt means that you get to go up to... go up to a neighbor. First introduce yourself as a gedunt. Just, g'day, I'm a gedunt. Just to the next neighbor you see. Yeah. Doesn't matter if you already know them. Just do it. And then don't respond until they interact with you. Like, simple. That's all you need to do. Much easier than some people. Some people have to go up to a cop and do that. Not saying that's a bad thing. So where are these debuggers? Because that's just code LLDB. We have a look at Haskell. There's exec path Haskell debug adapter. Alright. Where? Sudo find. There is no Haskell debug adapter. Come on, that was right.
G'day, Hypno.
G'day, Red Rum. How are you? See? Nothing. Now I know what it sounds like. Get dunked. Get dunked. Get dunked. Oh, that's a good one. That's good. Bash, Python, in Python. Type is node 2. I wonder if I have to give it a name. Don't forget, if from the UK, don't do it. I was arrested and given a 15-year prison sentence for calling a tree done. What's the best way to learn GD script for Godot? Or should I try to learn C# instead? Does it give me more control? Nah, neat. Like, there are things you can do with C# that you can't do with GD script, such as like interfaces and things like that. Do you need that stuff? Probably not. If we're being honest, you probably don't need that stuff. That's its corresponding package name. To its corresponding package name. Interesting. There are more resources for GD script, correct? I think they fixed the C# web app exporting, didn't they, recently? So there are GD script snippets. Yeah. Because you installed the wrong one. Ah, yeah. Yeah, they fixed it very recently. Cat defaults. I'd recommend it over C# personally. Yeah, I'd recommend GD script for anyone that's just starting out. It's just easier. You don't have to worry about integration and stuff like that. Just, yeah. I wonder how the app is running in the browser. GD script, JavaScript, or some app went inside or something. It's a WASM with the Java, like a index HTML and JavaScript hooking into the WASM. But these are just command line mappings. Worth it and fun to optimize. What do you mean optimize, Medusa? You're telling me that the export isn't as optimized as it can be? Oops. Entry. This sets up all this. Completion item. I'm not seeing anything for... anything for GD script. But then again, it shouldn't need anything for GD script. Jeez. This song with that squeaking in the background really gets to you. It shouldn't be this difficult to set up a... to set up an autocomplete. Or a DAP. The question is, do I just delete NeoVim from scratch? And, like, do I delete, or not NeoVim, do I delete NVChad and just start from scratch? Make my own config and just piss off all this extra crap that just makes it confusing? OSP configs. Nah, there's a ton more. Single player elite. Single player. So here's the LSP config stuff for Godot. Nothing under here. Maybe this one. S tab. Instruction on following still requires some lazy plugin setup. Yeah, but I'm using NV Chad. So like it already has the LSP setup and whatnot. It's now the DAP and the auto completion that we need to get set up. It is, but it comes with GD script LSP stuff already. But we still need to set up the DAP and whatnot. So, yeah. I don't think I need to worry about anything under here. If we go under here, there's like... maybe debug? Okay, here we go. Here's where I added it previously. Here we are. Here we are. So Mason DAP, Mason Nvin DAP is there for some reason. What we need to find this thing again. That's terrible. This one. We need to go. What was it? DAP. DAP adapters, Godot. Well, I knew there was a file somewhere that I had to update. Knew it. I just couldn't remember where it was, because that code LLDB stuff is something we set up previously. Go request launch and name launch scene project workspace folder And launch scene, true. So if we do that, okay, so we don't have another one open at the moment. Clear. Switch into this. Open that. Let's go. Check health. So it still isn't displaying. Still isn't displaying GD script. Do that, it opens here. Okay, so it still isn't giving me any of that. Okay, is there any error somewhere? None of that stuff is... all of that's fine. All that stuff's fine. Okay. Still interesting that it says no LSPs are found. Very interesting. I'll try it from here. This might be a little bit small for you to read. So it still only has code LLDB as an adapter. Why? Why does it only have code LLDB? This is fun though, enjoying the DevOps of this setup already. Can't believe I'm sweeping under a rock in Vim 2. Vim DAP. And Vim. God, where was it? Where was it? Oh my god, I was there just before. Was it in here? It's just LSP config. I swear it was something under here. God, I was literally just at the location. You know what? Debug. That's what it was. Jesus. Sending myself insane. Adapters code LLDB. Adapters Godot. DAP configurations GD script. So why does the Godot adapter not show up even though it's configured in the exact same spot as the code LLDB? Like, if I change this to code LLDBI and I write it, and then I start up a new here, we go nvim, check help, still has this. That's code LLDB. So it must be. So it must be under Mason that it's configuring it all. But this is something I edited. Like, we added this here in order for that to work when we were tinkering around with stuff. And this has this one. Oh, this isn't making any sense to me. This is sending me insane. What up, Parker? How are you doing? Move. GD scripts. To that. Still just code DDLP or code LLDP. Think I'm gonna try and learn how to code? Do it. It's fun. Despite what my reactions may be at this given point in time. It's fine. It's fun. It's good. You should do it. So this already exists. Ads coming in. Linux isn't working. Linux is working fine. It's NeoVim that's just a pain in the ass. I now need to figure out how to get started coding. I got something that can help you with that. There you go. Check that out. You can go front end or back end, or you can pick a specific language like Java, C++, Rust, Flutter, Go, PHP if you want to torture yourself. Python, JavaScript. There's project ideas. Now, let's get these words running. No worries, Parker. Happy to help. You can go to game developer. I'll take you through all the stuff for client for this stuff. So there's like Unity 3D, Unreal Engine, there's Native, and there's Godot. Yeah. It's a good starting spot. Booze. Bats. Knob. Knobs. Boson. Yep. Nice, nice. Scientific, that one. Can't spell three-letter word. Bosons. Knobs. There we go. Bands. Nice. What about bonds? B-O-N-S. Is that a thing? I don't know if that's a thing. I don't think it's a thing. Let's find out. Nah, it's not a thing. It's not a thing. Ooh, bows. That's a thing. Nabs. Spans. Bands. No, there's no P. Damn. Alright. One more. I can't do any more push-ups today. My upper body's gonna be killing me. Judicial. Clad. If I can spell. Lucid. Laid, yep. Acid. What up, buckets? How are you?
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Ads finished. How much fun? Dial. Oh, we've already got dial. Never mind. Whoops. Whoopsie. I mean, we only just got that. Only just. Alright. Turn that off now. Turn that off. So. We have all this set up. Show native symbols in editor. What's show native symbols in editor do? I wonder if that's what we needed. I wonder if that's what we needed this entire time. No. God damn it. Manager maybe. I don't think I need to configure anything in here. I don't think this is anything that I need. Um. Something in here. It's gonna be wrong. Or not allowing the DAP. So it does set up, it gets the settings. Does ensure installed and automatic. And it does set up handlers. And set up handlers is where... Set up handlers is here. The source mappings goes Mason NVIM DAPS mappings source. Mappings source. We have GD script here, which is mapping to GD script. Configurations, we have GD script. And under adapters, we have Godot. So I wonder... Check help. Nope. Nothing. Nothing under LSP either. Check help. Still says there's no active sessions. Something very fishy going on here. Very, very fishy. I don't see where settings ever gets used in this file either. Like, at no point is settings used from what I can see. I'm not sure why that's being pulled in. We have file type set up already. Packaged NVIM DAP. File types has GD script, GD. Maybe I need to change this. This. Nope, still nothing. Was you settings? Ensure installed, and handlers would be m.current.handlers. Handlers is nil. We go automatic setup. Init. So source mappings. nvim dap package to, or nvim dap to package. Pass in the handler. Set up handlers. Set up handlers is called from down here. So get settings. Then it goes if settings current handlers. How do you write something? Let's see, lure. So we just do print. It's a table. Nil. So it says Godot's nil. It says GD is nil. So that's where our issue is. I'll leave it as that. We're going to go into source. No, not source. Configurations. I assume settings is being included there. So that we can go... Or was it setting handlers? Equals M. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Congrats on becoming a Gedunt. Still says nil. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. G'day, Dev. How are you doing? Handlers is nil. Current handlers. Still nil. That's also nil. Okay. Now I'm very confused. Did I win last words? I don't know. Sure. Ish did. So it still says nil. What the hell? So this configuration isn't being called. Require adapters configurations. M equals C. What's the difference between nil and null? Null is a variable that has been set to have no value. Nil is a variable that has never been set with anything. Okay, so it's saying that doesn't exist. Mason Nvim DAP settings. Require Mason Nvim DAP settings, mappings, adapters, configurations. What do you mean? The frick are you talking about? Mason Nvim DAP settings, which is, believe it or not, where we are. Mason Nvim DAP dot settings. Why can I not go Mason Nvim DAP mappings adapters? Oh, because it's mappings configurations. That's why. Local. Mappings. Configurations. Loop or previous error. Loading module settings. Okay, so something else. You certainly aren't calling it. You're calling source. Source is calling core functional. You're not calling it either. You also aren't calling it. So what's calling it? How is it a circular reference if nothing else is calling it? What? Maybe there's something else in here. Okay, there we go. Configurations there. Config, adapter name. Okay. So we go print config name. Code LLDB. Okay, so this is call handler. Installed sources. Get installed sources. Get available sources. Filter map. I'm not going to be able to figure this out, I don't think. I'm going to have to just delete everything, like all of the NV, Chad, and lazy Vim stuff. Just delete the entire config and then start from scratch. Not use these, just set up my own. That's what you're doing right now? Yeah. Got a bit clunky looking at 3 different setups though. Piecing it back together with an understanding. Yeah. It's just like there's no clear, like nothing in here is commented to say what it's doing. Like currently this only needs to be evaluated for same list passed in. Like I don't know where to go to figure out why a certain thing's not being run. Like, so call handler is being called here. We've got this underscore here, which is something. Underscore is functional, Mason core functional, which is in a complete different area of the file tree. But that's the thing, like adding a configuration, adding DAP should be simple. Like, that's what this stuff is supposed to do. It's supposed to make it easier to add stuff. But it's just making it more complicated by having 400 different things to look through. Like, like, and we've got a Mason NVIM DAP here and an NVIM DAP here. And the last time that we did stuff, like the last time we got stuff set up, we went into here and we added this code LLDB stuff. We added code LLDB and we added this for C++. Alright, now we're setting up these configurations here. I wonder if it's actually configurations GD configurations GD scripts. It still doesn't have anything. And it still isn't giving us auto completion at all. No auto complete whatsoever. But that's the thing, like, this is all we had to do. This is all we had to do when we got things working for C++ files. Like, if I want to do debugging and code completion and such for C++ in NeoVim, this is how we configured it. We added this. That's what I'm saying, Medusa. We added this. This didn't exist initially. We added this, and that's when it started working. Not the directory, this configuration. We added the configuration inside this debug lua, and that's when we started to get debugging for C++. No, it's got nothing to do with directory, Medusa. The directories are like it's just where files are located. The directories have nothing to do with it. Because NeoVim configuration looks at these files and loads the configurations that are in those files. We know that it's loading this one. We know it loads this one. So we know it's reading this file. We know that already. So that means it's also reading this. It's reading this, and it's reading this. I wonder if it's a syntax thing. I wonder if it's a syntax thing and I need a comma at the end there. Well, that's the thing. We don't know if it's working. That's the thing. Like, there's no way for us to check if stuff's working. The only thing we know that's working is the friendly snippets. That's the only thing we know that's working. Need that. So if I go print dap configurations GD, how do I see? Is it returning out before it gets to it? It can't be. Adapters, configurations. Like, if I get rid of this, we stop having C++ debugging. It should be as simple as drop your config file here and we will load it. It's as simple as it should be. Good. I'm gonna leave this here. No, I'm not. Good. I'm just gonna... I think what I might do is, after we do some work tomorrow on our buildings and whatnot, I might come back to this and I might just delete my NeoVim config completely from NVChad and just reset it all back up and do it all ourselves manually. Yeah. I can't be bothered looking through lazy Vim and NVChad stuff anymore. It's too much of everything everywhere that's like, recommend calling Git and it in there too, even if it didn't upload the repo. Just a local Git. Nah. It's worry about it. Alright. I'm done with trying to configure that for the night. Let's have a look-see. Let's have a little look-see here. Who do we got? Who do we got? Status. Booyah. We've rated Booyah very recently. I don't think we've rated Jedem in ages. So let's go say hi to Jedem, shall we? Thanks for being here, y'all. Hopefully tomorrow we can figure out this Neovim GD script stuff. Curious and Syntax, thank you for the resubs, much appreciated. Code, thank you for the raid, much appreciated. Thank you to all of our new followers as well. It's excellent to have all these amazing new Gedunts. Right? You're all excellent. You're all perfect and just love your work. Love your work. Tomorrow, we'll keep building out our buildings. We will figure out how we're going to set up roads. Well, actually, no. We'll get the buildings set up so that they hide each floor when you enter the building and stuff, so you can see into the building. Yeah, that should be pretty easy. Pretty easy to do that. And then we will probably go back to this Neovim configuration stuff. And then after that, we'll finish off with some gameplay because it's my day. Like, it's the last day before I take a day off, so may as well relax, right? Don't forget our raid emote. Our raid message is G'day, you Gedunts. So use those if you want. And I'll see you tomorrow.